Okay, so I was asked to do the 1 minute warning again. We got delayed a little bit, but we're going to start in a minute. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is now 8:35 p.m. Welcome to tonight's Planning and Zoning Commission meeting of Monday, March 17th, 2025. At this time, I would like to explain the procedures to be followed during the meeting. The Commission has 2 items for consideration. Each item will be called individually. Persons wishing to speak in favor and those wishing to speak in opposition will have up to 5 minutes each to present his or her comments. All participants will be able to speak when their name is called or when your turn comes up. I will say the name that I have on the list, and then after we finish that, if there's anybody left, we'll work through that. I will say the name of the person to speak and the next name in line, so please work your way up toward the podium. It helps us to keep this moving if people are ready to go, and we can keep going. Also, I know people feel very strongly about this, and this is a great opportunity to be heard, but it also helps to make sure everybody gets heard if we can move this forward so that each person gets heard in a timely fashion. It goes very late, and it makes it very difficult for the people who are at the end to feel like they really had their voice heard if it's hours upon end when we get to them. All right, prior to speaking, please give your name and address. Remember to speak directly into the microphone, as this hearing is recorded for public record. Any handouts you wish to provide should be given to staff. After completion of public comments, the public hearing will be closed and the item will be turned over to the Commission for discussion, consideration, and a motion. The next meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission will be Monday, April 7th, 2025. The first item, Ordinance Amendment 2025-47-UDC, which would add UDC Section 2.6.7 to create a new high-intensity mixed-use district and the regulations for the district. And I've asked the Assistant City Manager, Mr. Sanders, to come in case he did a presentation last time, but in case the Commission has any additional questions for him before we move into the rest of the public hearing portion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm here to represent if there's any questions about the ordinance. I'm happy to address those from the Commission.
Do any of the Commissioners have any questions for Mr. Sanders? No? It looks like you're off the hook. Thank you. All right, we will go through the list. Normally we would do this, everybody in favor and then everybody opposed, but since we have a very long list, it makes sense to just go down the list. It's a little bit simpler this way. First up, Mr. Mark Drogan.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Mark Drogan. I live at 1503 Brook Hollow Drive, Irving, Texas 75061. 25 years ago, I met an old friend in New York City and he asked me to come to Irving, Texas to work with him. I was living with my wife and children in rural Kentucky at the time. My wife and I were thinking of leaving Kentucky because none of our older children wanted to live near us in Kentucky. Our whole family moved from Kentucky to Irving in the spring 2001, 24 years ago. We now have many grandchildren living in Irving. Our children are all adults and make their own decisions. Most are married with families and have chosen to buy homes in Irving. They are not rich. They struggle from month to month to support their families, and they want their children to grow up in Irving. We do not want gambling legalized in Irving. We do not want legalized gambling in Irving. Our children and grandchildren and our grandchildren's children want to live in Irving where they have many friends. None of them want legalized gambling here. Please, please, do not allow gambling in Irving or in Texas. Please vote no. Thank you very much.
Christina Winters, followed by Austin Gaddy. Yeah. So I know we do have people who signed up both for the work session and the public session. If you signed up for the work session, you already spoke. Obviously, there's no obligation to speak again. So that's certainly fine, but I want to make sure that I've called you in case that maybe there was something further you wanted to add or some clarification. Austin Gaddy, followed by the Honorable Rodney Anderson. Austin Gaddy. No? All right. Mr. Anderson, do you have anything further? I don't know if you're here. Okay. Jordan Brown, followed by Keith Pym. This might go faster than I was thinking. All right, I take it neither of those people are here. Jacob Potu, followed by Monica Ashauer.
Howdy. Jacob Potu, 2011 Texas Plaza Drive. I'm not going to say the same thing I said last time. I actually had something else written in the first thing I said. I just came up with it on the spot, so now you're going to get what I actually prepared. Not in favor of casino. Like development, no casino. My position, well, I would like to speak about this from the perspective of an educator. I teach at a university that is not UD. I am not affiliated with UD in any way. I want to make that clear. But I do hold the same values in that I view education as a noble endeavor to help young people live virtuously through the pursuit of truth. And while I'm also not affiliated with the Highlands, Cistercian Abbey and Preparatory School in Holy Trinity Seminary, I see them as equally as pivotal in shaping the values of our Irving community. As such, these institutions all play an important role in the city by enriching Irving citizens with certain values and priorities, the most glorious of which are faith, hope, and love. No matter what faith perspective, we can all agree that these are values worth protecting. On the other hand, a casino is an institution that embodies other values, mainly those of pleasure-seeking and excess. Further, it is highly unlikely that this culture of pleasure seeking will stay contained within PUD 6. The Sands has said that this will be a highly regulated and measured development zone, but this is hard to believe. For example, one simply has to look at the presentation offered by the Sands last weekend to get a sense of the sheer excessiveness of their plans, from the architecture to the amenities. Truly, casinos, especially destination resort casinos, are in the business of excessive pleasure. As such, a casino as an institution that affects our society is diametrically opposed to the values of the current community in closest proximity to the PUD 6 development zone. Not all, but many of us want humble, peaceful, and honest lives. We do not live in Las Vegas because we do not want to live in Las Vegas. Therefore, it simply does not make sense from a city planning perspective to place two such opposing communities in the same geographic space and to expect that one will not be swallowed up by the other. It is my hope that the city seeks to protect Irving and its residents from that happening. Thank you again for listening to me, and God bless.
Monica Ashauer, 948 Blaylock Circle North, Irving, Texas 75061. I've been living in Irving since 2000. Really enjoy the fact that I live right across the street from a park. I live in a place that I feel at home and at peace. And I am, first of all, as a leader, I own a business. I am just pretty appalled that we started this meeting at 8:30. Are you trying to do a 5:30 thing and then to push us all back? If you noticed, there were so many people who weren't up here to testify. Did you do that deliberately, thinking that all of us would go home? And those of us who have children? It just seems very appalling to me, the way this was organized and how fast-paced it is. What it makes me think is that you are like what Dostoevsky says in The Brothers Karamazov, that you just want us to have bread and circuses, and Star Trek had that later. And is that what you want? Just us to be obedient servants to your ludicrous idea without any sort of referendum? Are you just going to pass this, even though, look at all of us? How many of you are for the casino? No? How many of you are against the casino? Let's hear it. Come on. And you're just trying to move this forward? No way. Other things that I would like to say include this. I just developed a safe environment program for children. It's called Bridges and Boundaries, whereby I interviewed a man who took down in the DFW area in 2001, the most prolific sex trafficker ever recorded in the history of the United States here in DFW. And do you think that bringing in a casino is going to help us to get rid of this trafficking? No, it's not. And so I would ask you to slow down. Furthermore, I run a nonprofit, and it's very difficult because I have to worry about money. But I am telling you, I will not sell my soul to the devil by taking any donations from someone that's going against the mission of what I run. And I would say to you, you're going against the mission of Irving, Texas. If you pass this thing that you're just trying to shove down our throats. My final thing is this. In Dante's Inferno, in the pit of hell are the betrayers. And I would say to you who are part of the city council, do not betray us. Thank you so much.
Ada Pimentel, followed by Matthew George.
My name is Ada Thomas Pimentel, 1833 Standish Drive, Irving, Texas, 75061. First of all, I would like to thank the P&Z Commission for all that they do for our city. Thank you for being here during a lengthy and acrimonious process. I would like to offer my perspective on the proposed rezoning of PUD 6 as an Irving resident and homeowner. Like many people here today, I attended Friday's town hall meeting with my family, my friends, and my neighbors. And I was standing with some of my closest girlfriends during the Sands Corporation's presentation. We've known each other a long time, maybe since some of our wilder days. And as the presentation went on, we became increasingly uncomfortable, because we all knew where we, as women, had heard this kind of language before. Perhaps you can relate. Perhaps we've met this person in a casino bar, a destination resort bar. We all know the type, grabby from the get-go, wanting to rush you into something before you've had time to deliberate, perhaps before it's even legal. Won't take no for an answer and will do anything and everything to get their way. The Sands Corporation treats Irving like we're a Bethlehem, Pennsylvania, abandoned by the exploitative steel industry and ready to hop into bed with any industry at any price. Despite our thriving communities, booming economy, and bright future. They promise us security on their casino floor, but cannot make such guarantees about our neighborhoods. A neighborhood where, after Friday's town hall, I walked my dog alone in the dark and felt no fear. I live between the airport and PUD 6, and these are the neighborhoods where the folks will trek on their way to stay at this resort. These are the same neighborhoods containing the University of Dallas, Cistercian Prep, the Highland School, or any of the other, and I counted on Google Maps this afternoon, 15 public, private, and charter schools that sit within 7 miles of the proposed casino. Sands will treat us and our community as commodities to increase their shareholder value, and then when we've outlived our usefulness, they will leave us to clean up their mess while pursuing newer, prettier, vast tracts of land. Sands left the city of Bethlehem with only 317,000 of the originally promised $6.5 million, leaving the city of Bethlehem and their school district in the lurch. Irving doesn't need the Sands Corporation and their hideous, hulking casinos to have a great future, great jobs, and growth. So I'm asking you, my fellow citizens on the P&Z committee, to wholeheartedly reject these plans and keep the city of Irving out of an abusive relationship with the Sands Corporation. Political consulting interns, you're doing great.
Matthew George. Matthew George here? Matthew George? No. Nicholas Cook, followed by Aaron Shaddocks. Neither of them. Okay. Vicki Norman, followed by Timothy Norman. They may have signed up ahead of time and changed their mind. Who knows? We don't know at this point.
I don't think I can follow that one. Good evening. My name is Vicki Norman. I live at 1015 Sleepy Hollow Drive North, and I am a resident of Irving for 25 or 26 years. Having lived in Las Vegas after college, working for Southland Corporation for 4 years, I saw a large amount of card sharks who have a system Homelessness, vagrancy, crime, drugs, prostitution. We struggled with 7-Eleven franchisees who had slot machines in their stores, neglecting enough product on the shelf due to the inordinate amount of money from the slot machines. As a healthcare professional, I am concerned mostly about objectifying women and the message this sends to our children. Texas ranks second in the nation for human trafficking, and Northwest Highway area has the highest sex trafficking in North Texas. I have helped some girls who have worked in these men's clubs along Northwest Highway when they became pregnant. One was underage when she started at the clubs. Serious concerns arise from the history of the casino industry in the milieu of sexual shows and prostitution. The Sands Corporation has a history of ignoring prostitution at its Macau China casino, even including underage girls. Former Sands executive Steve Jacobs, who once headed Sands operations in Macau China, alleged he was fired in 2010 after balking at orders to conduct illegal investigations of officials in the Chinese gambling enclave. He was awarded a phenomenal $75 million 6 years later in 2016 for wrongful termination. From the court records, Jacobs recalled being shocked by his first visit to the Venetian Macau. While Adelson has testified that Sands had zero toleration for prostitution, Jacobs says he walked on the floor and saw rampant prostitution. It was blatantly obvious. Although it was legal in Macau, Jacobs felt that it was bad for business. An average of 40 to 60 prostitutes walked the Venetian floors on weekends, outnumbering security personnel, according to company documents entered as exhibits in the Jacobs case. The internal security reports say the women were frequently under 18 years old and trafficked from China's inner provinces by vice syndicates to work out of rooms the prostitutes appeared to have received free of charge. Jacobs proposed ridding the casino of prostitution, but he was soon informed that management had decided to allow prostitution as it would help our overall gaming revenue. According to Jacobs, Sands president Michael Levin told him not to make a big deal. The board knows prostitution is going on. Jacob asked, does Sheldon Adelson know prostitution is going on? And Levin said, yes, but it is legal. It's what the gamblers want. And I will add, all the cameras in the casinos are to keep track of their dealers, because there's a lot of theft in working with your partner in crime, coming to your table, and you make sure that they win. And so those cameras are there to protect their assets and to watch the dealers, because many people work in teams and earn money that way. It's always about protecting their assets. It's not about keeping track of prostitution in their casinos. So please delay zoning PUD 6 for gaming, which is currently illegal. You are setting a precedent of zoning for things that are illegal. We could zone for marijuana and fentanyl and other things, but they're illegal. So please do not zone for something that is illegal. And Irving does not want to be used as a selling point in Austin to legislators or Texas voters that Irving wants gambling, so let's go with it. And please ask these folks with the signs who's paying them to be here tonight, because I asked the gentlemen outside, and they were very evasive and they would not answer directly. So I assure you that we are not paid to be here. Many of our folks have little children at home, and they're concerned about Irving's future. So please pass on this and wait until it's necessary to zone. Thank you.
Timothy Norman, followed by Rachel Harold.
I've got a pass out, but I only want the people who are open to rejecting this to get it.
Yeah, if you could hand it over, Mr. Bloom, over here. Oh, if you want to put one on the overhead, though, then everybody can see it, including the audience.
I'm going to read it, but this is just for you guys because it'll help. Okay, Timothy Norman, 1015, Sleepy Hollow Drive North. That was my better half that you saw there. I'm going to pick up on Vicky's subject, and this is an article that was passed out. It was called Sheldon Adelson Bets It All, and it's by Matt Isaacs in the March 2016 issue of Mother Jones, and he was also reported in Reuters and ProPublica. Now, I added a subtitle that sort of encapsulates it. Las Vegas Sands Corporation, Sands Macau, Junkets, and the Chinese mob. Yes, there is a very strong connection between Sands and the Chinese mob, or there was, and that's a very good question. I wonder how strong it is at this point. I'm going to read you some things about it. Vicki mentioned the prostitution on the floor. Here's another thing. The casino partnered with 2 junkets connected to an organized crime figure in Hong Kong who's been under the scrutiny of U.S. law enforcement for at least as far back as 1992, according to court records, financial filings, and the casino's own internal reports. By 2007, junkets were providing more than 2/3 of the revenues at Sands Macau casinos. 2/3 of the revenues were due to these junkets from China that were run by an organized crime figure in Hong Kong. Let that sink in. Reuters published my investigation, this is the author talking in the first person, showing that Sands had partnered with 2 junkets underwritten by the alleged triad boss, and I'm going to butcher his name, I'm sure, Chung Chi Tai. Now, for you people who don't know, a triad is the equivalent of the Chinese mafia. Very vicious. Chung was the person in charge of a Sands VIP room, and company documents show entitled to a share of its profits. Witnesses in the trial said he ordered the killing of a junket worker suspected of cheating. The guy didn't get killed, actually, so that's good. But the junket was enough to cause major headaches for Sands and put the company's invaluable Nevada license at risk. This is serious stuff, okay? Chung-affiliated junkets reaped as much as $160 million in commissions from Sands casinos in 2009. The junkets brought Sands some $400 million in business, nearly as much as the conglomerate's Las Vegas revenues that year. Moving on, the risk the alleged Chung connection presented to Sands' Nevada license, quote, Adelson scoffed at the suggestion, informing Jacobs that Adelson, controlled the regulators, not the other way around. Let's continue a little bit more. According to a report by the U.S.-China Economic and Security Review Commission, Chinese newspapers are filled with grisly tales of gamblers who failed to repay their loans and ended up kidnapped, imprisoned in cages, threatened with dismemberment, injected with drugs, or forced to take revealing photos. Triad members might give an indebted gambler a list of options, according to Nelson Rose, an expert in Macau in gaming law at Whittier Law School. We will rape your wife and put her in a brothel. We will hang you by your feet off one of the tallest buildings. They do find bodies in mainland China linked to gambling debts in Macau. What kind of organization are you thinking about, pardon the term, getting in bed with? Las Vegas Sands Corp. Disclosed in March 2011 that the Justice Department and the Securities and Exchange Commission had launched bribery investigation based on Jacobs' allegations. He's the man that won the $70 million judgment, the former head of that whole operation. In 2013, LVSC, the Sands, acknowledged in its public filings that it had likely violated the accounting provisions of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. Ladies and gentlemen, what in the world are you working with or thinking about working with? This is insanity. It is crazy. And you are trying to rush it through. This has scam written all over it. Don't look behind the curtain, please. You might see the truth. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Rachel Harold, followed by Christopher Malloy.
Hello, my name is Rachel Harold. I live at 1613 Drexel Drive, and all of my points have already been said much more eloquently, but I just wanted to let you know that I am a teacher and a mom raising my children here in Irving, and I'm strongly opposed to this planning and zoning amendment proposal. So please don't sell out the future of Irving and the safety that we have right now for raising our children. Thank you so much.
Christopher Malloy, followed by Flory Malloy.
Christopher Malloy, 1607 Live Oak Drive. I totally oppose the proposed changes to the PUD 6. My foremost concern is the inclusion of gaming. But first, a word on traffic. 183, 114, and Loop 12 have just been reconstructed. Congestion on these roads is already burdensome. A destination resort would choke them up even more. Due diligence requires adequate studies. P&Z should delay the proposal on this count alone. It is irresponsible otherwise. Next, the gaming issue. Friends betting over cigars and poker is one thing. An all-encompassing environment of oxygen saturation, free vodka, flashing lights, and ringing bells is completely different. The former invigorates friendship and enables one to contextualize the minor stakes within broader and higher concerns. The latter promotes ever-increased gambling in a state of elation with impaired judgment. This traditional casino technology is far worse now with EGMs, electronic gambling machines, which, quote, Lancet Study 2024 Public Health Commission, read it, generate immersive states described as the zone, a state in which players are oblivious to the outside world, the passage of time, and the amount of money that they are spending, end quote. Schul wrote a book called Addiction by Design, which indicates that EGMs encourage play to, quote unquote, extinction, i.e., complete loss of funds. Who loses? Morosco, 2006 study in General Hospital Psychiatry, volume 28, says, the poor, non-white, the young are affected much more than the wealthy, the white, and the privileged. See also Schaffer, 1999, Velta, 2001. The business model of commercial gaming, this is a quote from Lancet 2024, relies disproportionately on a small proportion of users who consume a substantial proportion of the products and generate the majority of industry profits. These so-called vital few are generally also the most disadvantaged and the most likely to experience gambling harms. A UK study indicates that those specific groups are less likely, may be less likely to gamble, but are more likely to suffer adverse consequences if they do. Individuals from non-white ethnic groups, including migrants and individuals with poor mental health and well-being. Problem gambling brings societal costs, financial problems, relationship disruption, emotional distress, health problems, worsening of educational outcomes, and occupational outcomes. Gabellini, Journal of Gambling Studies, 2022. Granolas and Mustard, 2006, show that various crimes increase 5 years out. I'll add numbers. Robbery up 136%, aggravated assault 91%, auto theft 78%, burglary 50%. Not if you're in a gated community. Finally, studies show that making gambling available correlates with rising problem. Gamblers Anonymous meetings grow in number and size when legalization takes place. Conversely, they shrink in number and size when gambling is made illegal. NGISC 1999, Bridwell and Quinn 2002. Irving's P&Z. I will add city council, manager, mayor. You all need to put a brake on this process. Do not muzzle your constituents. Do not muzzle your constituents. Do not kick the can to the state. Listen to your residents or resign.
Flory Malloy, and then the next on the list is Michael Simmons. Are you speaking again? Okay, you be ready.
Yes, thank you. Hi, I'm Flory Malloy. I live at 1607 Live Oak Drive with Chris. We began our family here in Irving in 2002 after we got married, and we have 7 children, 2 of whom are students at UD, one of whom was for 4 years a student at Cistercian, and the rest all kind of trickle down. So we are very interested in this issue. But first I want to thank you, commissioners, for the extra time you have dedicated to this topic in the past 2 weeks. Even though there's a lot to say about the proposed land uses of a stadium or a high-density development, or even a destination resort, I would like to focus on the land use proposal of gaming, if and when it is legalized at the state level. Sands has made it very clear that they will not develop PUD 6 if gaming is not approved in the rezoning. Because, in fact, as the gentleman from Sands on Friday did mention, it is the gaming component that funds the other attractions. The city proposal to include gaming as a use in PUD 6 just simply cannot be approved at this time. It is not ready for approval in its current form. I'm sorry, but the city has a lot more work to do on what is a very complex use issue. There are simply not enough safeguards, among other issues, present in the proposal to protect our city in the event that gaming becomes legal. Even if I liked gaming, which I don't, I find it morally abhorrent, I would not approve this. Send it back to the city for more work and let the state do its work. Please vote no. I appreciate our city's vision of growth and desire to have something special on the land designated as PUD 6. Some are willing to swallow the gaming component as a bitter pill to get other desired development, and others are fans of gaming itself because of the revenue it promises to bring. We all received and read the slick brochures and pamphlets Sands shared with participants at the town hall meeting on Friday. But in the end, the proof is in the pudding. This is not America's first go-around with legal gambling. It was a complete failure and was rejected by the United States of America about a century ago. Legal doesn't make better. It makes worse. Worse gambling addictions, worse urban blight, worse corruption, worse crime and ruined lives. I mean, go visit Atlantic City or read David K. Johnson's 1992 book, Temples of Chance. He's a famous journalist, and he has written on many things, including in this book, Temples of Chance. He wrote on the corruption and fraud rampant in the supposedly strictly regulated New Jersey casinos, the policy being go after the little guys, let the big guys get away with murder. Far more damage than any mafioso boss possibly could have done. Go visit Vegas and actually talk to locals, some of whom who have presented tonight, or read Natalie Shull's 2012 book, Addiction by Design, about the opioid level of addiction created in modern gaming technology. It's not even about winning anymore. It's just about increasing time on device. Go visit Lake Charles, Louisiana, where, as a friend said, the casinos look great, but nothing else does. Or go visit Shreveport, where even the casinos don't look too good. Go visit San Pablo, California, which I spoke about 2 weeks ago, and see the dump that my parents watched it become. Look at our own former Texas Lottery Commissioner, Gary Grief, who is under investigation currently for fraud and possible money laundering. And look at the mess that legalizing sports betting has made in Texas. Oh, and that project in Nassau County is part of the whole gambling thing in New York. Nassau County doesn't want SANS. I think Hofstra University is suing them. I don't have a lot of details, but I think that project is stalled right now. This is not money potentially gained for Irving and Texas. This is money lost by Irving and Texas. With this current wave of legalized gambling, the American people are on track to lose about $1 trillion over the next 8 years, according to Les Burnell. And make no mistake, what we decide locally this week will influence what happens on the state level. Why do you think SANS wants to rush the process? If y'all vote for this proposal, you will be directly contributing to the legalization of gaming on the state level. Thank you.
Michael Simmons, and then the next person is Susan Hansen. Are you going to speak again? Okay.
My name is Michael Simmons, 3500 Hanover Lane. I just thought it was important, after about 2 hours of overwhelming opposition to this proposal, to point something out. On Friday at the town hall, the man up there in the suit accused, I think maybe jokingly, but I'm not totally sure, many of us of having been paid to be there to protest the casino, paid by Oklahoman and other casinos. And it didn't feel good. What's that? It didn't feel good to have my sincerity questioned without the opportunity to defend myself. And so I just wanted to reach out to anybody who might be here supporting this proposition, supporting a casino passionately and sincerely, and say that I encourage you, please, to share your views when, I suppose, when your time that you signed up for comes, or whenever the open session comes. I'm so proud to live in the United States of America. I thank God every day that I live in a place where rational discourse is an option and where that is supposed to carry the day. And I look forward to hearing some of the rational arguments that many of you, I'm sure, have for why you support this casino. I have not heard any arguments that I find even remotely compelling, but I am open to them, and I will be here listening to you. And if there's anybody out there who is sincere in their passion for that belief, I want you not to feel like we all just think that you're paid off. Probably there are many of you who are very sincere about it. So that's all. Thank you so much.
Susan Hansen, followed by Sarah Sikora.
I'm Susan Hansen. I live at 509 Bella Drive, Irving, Texas, 75062. And I did speak earlier, but I would like to elaborate on a couple of points that I made there. I have been living in Irving for 30 years and teaching for 25 years at the University of Dallas. I am very aware of the development of Irving in the past 25 years. I'm a historian, I'm an American historian, and I'm very aware of the way in which the community here has developed in the past 25 years. And one of the people who spoke after me described Irving as a destination for freedom chasers. And I think that this is really true, right? Just in the past 25 years, we've seen enormous growth, right? And we don't actually want to threaten the growth that we have, right, by doing something that's really bad for the kind of growth we've already had, right? The growth that we have is a growth of people who are coming here for freedom, right? They're coming here for the churches, for the schools, for the families, for the community, for the jobs, right, that are available in Texas, right? We have growth. Irving is not desperate, right? Irving can do better than a casino, right? There are 300,000 residents in Irving. There are 85,000 households. So for reference, that's a little bit like 85,000 households. Think, 85,000 is maybe roughly the size of Texas A&M, right? So we have a Texas A&M size population of households, and 45% of them are married couples. 35% of them have children under the age of 18. So we're looking at a substantial population of young children. And it was very interesting looking at the Irving wiki site. Irving Wikipedia site needs to be really improved. One of the things that it doesn't mention anywhere, right? It mentions growth in the entertainment industry, and it has a mention there for the Toyota Music Factory, right? So it mentions different things in Irving, but it doesn't mention that we have 200 churches here, right? This is a community of people who are sort of stable residents from generation to generation, right? 2007, 2008 financial crisis changed Irving forever. People started moving from California, from New York, from Minnesota for jobs in Texas here. That was stage one. Then we made it possible for there to be charter schools. And people stayed for jobs in charter schools, and people started coming here for the freedom of education that gave them. And then in 2020, with the COVID lockdowns, we had another wave, right, of people coming to Irving for what Irving already is, right? Again, Irving is not an empty place on a map, right? Maybe that spot is empty, right? But the rest of this city has so much potential, right? Of generations who have lived here. We just had someone speaking about coming here, and he said that his children and his grandchildren, right, have moved here, right? This is generations have put down roots here. It's a substantial town, right? It's not just a sleeping city, right, for people who live in and work in Dallas, right? It's an actual community. And I think that actually this casino issue has brought together the community in a completely different way. It has shown us who we are. We didn't know that there were these bonds between the Baptist churches, the Methodist churches, the Islamic mosque, right, the Hindu temple, the Catholic churches. We didn't know that we had this in common, right? We didn't know that we had these common concerns for our children and for our elderly, right, for the safety of our town. The casino issue is something that should actually unite Irving, right? And I think that if we give in to the casino, this may actually be the last time we have free government in this community. From now on, the casino will do all the voting for us.
So Sarah Sikora, and then next on the list is Eric Palmer. Eric, are you going to speak again? Okay, if you could come up halfway down the steps, that would be great. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Sarah Sikora. I live at 2630 Chevy Chase. Members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, thank you for hearing comments from the community this evening. Maybe far later than you all were expecting, but I knew we would be here this late. I spoke at the last P&Z meeting on March 4th, primarily about my experience working with the homeless in Atlantic City, the Las Vegas of the East Coast. And I wanted to tell you a little bit more about that. to add just one more reason to the countless that have been enumerated this evening on why we should be in opposition to this proposed rezoning. I might also add some comments after that. So over the past decade, as a reminder, I've worked with homeless communities here in DFW, in Washington, D.C., in the Bronx, and the Harlem, New York. None of the work I did in any of those communities prepared me at all for what I faced in Atlantic City in the 3 months that I worked there. Addicted to heroin and prostituting themselves and homeless. That was every single person that walked into our day center the 3 months I lived there. It was utterly appalling to hear their stories of being drawn to a city by the hope of casinos, the hope of winning it big, the hope of maybe getting that nest egg for that house, being able to repay a college loan, being able to repay, I don't know, the surgery because they got injured at work and couldn't come up with all the cash. And then being caught in a cycle of poverty and desperation that they were unlikely to ever escape from. It was a degree of hopelessness and desperation I've never seen before, and I did a 10-day mission trip to Haiti, and these people were more desperate because they were alone in their suffering. They were not with their family, they were not with their community in poverty, they were utterly alone and by themselves in the city. I only know of 2 people that we helped successfully rehab from heroin among the hundreds of people I worked for there. One has been in a rehab facility for several years now and is unlikely to ever return to her family or her community or her friends. The other, we helped, she was, her name's Christine. She was about 75 when I met her, and she was such a delight. She was the only person I knew who came into our facility not currently addicted to heroin. She had become addicted at the age of 17, moved to Atlantic City, had been involved in the gambling there, and then had just fallen into utter hopelessness and a destructive form of life, prostitution, and had lived in Atlantic City ever since. The group I was with had helped her go to rehab before I was there, and when I met her, she was clean. She was a beautiful light to everybody else in our day center, and we managed to get her an apartment so that she was housed for the first time in many years as a 75-year-old woman. She came back to church with us, she went to confession, she kind of turned her life around in her 70s, and she passed away a couple months after that. But she passed away housed, she passed away feeling that she was in a good place with God, and surrounded by people who loved her. Those are our only success stories from the hundreds of people I worked with. Everyone else, desperate situations, to be honest. I saw a young man walk in one day, and my heart sank into my stomach because he looked exactly like my little brother. My little brother was 18 at that time. I saw this young man walk in, listened to his story, similar situation. Came into Tibet, got addicted, was on heroin, came into our day center. And it was really interesting working at the center because I'd see people on the streets when they weren't with us. I had to go out 2 by 2 because it's not safe to walk around Atlantic City, at least in that area, by yourself. I couldn't go to the beach by myself because it was dangerous. But I'd walk around and I wouldn't recognize our friends from the center because they were kind of crumpled up, they were hiding. And they'd come into the center and they'd grow 6 inches. It was remarkable. And I talked to them, it's like, I saw you, but I didn't recognize you. They're like, here is the only place in the 4 hours I'm here that I'm not afraid of being hurt by someone, that I'm not verbally abused, where I'm not afraid that somebody's going to take advantage of me. This is the place where I'm loved and where I'm treated like a human being, and how awful that situation is for them. I do not want that for my fellow citizens. Do not bring this kind of destructive energy into our place. I believe that they will keep their casino safe. They probably will not keep the prostitutes out, but they will not keep the rest of our streets safe. Say no to this rezoning. Thank you.
Hey, Eric.
Sorry, I didn't have my microphone on. Need to follow my own instructions. The next person after Eric is Kathleen Solis.
Eric Palmer, 2709 Magnolia Drive. Can we get this on real quick, please, to display?
I'd like to take a couple of moments to talk about some of these proposed jobs and just how fantastic they are for our community. A quick side note, I spent about 12 years in the hospitality industry as a bartender. I worked at the Hyatt Regency Dallas, Reunion Tower, Wolfgang Puck's 560 restaurant. I opened the Omni Hotel in downtown Dallas property, and I finished my career at the Jewel Hotel, Tim Headington's boutique hotel. I opened and closed CBD Provisions. When I left there, I was the bar manager, so I can tell you from personal experience that everything I'm about to tell you is shockingly true, and unfortunately, these numbers are only the self-reported numbers. Most people who struggle with these addictions do not think they have a problem and do not talk about it. This is so substance abuse within the hospitality industry. This is reported by the Substance Abuse Mental Health Administration. Nearly 1 in 5 employees reported the use of illegal drugs within the past month. 12% of employees engaged in alcohol consumption to excess. Let me see if I get this a little better. And 17% of employees were diagnosed with a substance abuse disorder, the highest rate in any industry. And then some of the reasons why. This is because of long work hours, high stress, low pay, lack of company compliance with labor laws. Having worked the longest shift of my life while I worked in the restaurant industry was 19 hours straight, which is a violation of labor laws. I can tell you this absolutely happens constantly. People within these industries turn to anything they can to get them by, and there happens to be, the very last item on there, alcohol availability within the workplace. Rampant drinking happens within almost every restaurant. Many of you guys would probably be shocked to see how many of your bartenders are completely obliterated while you're being served by them. And then follow up with that is that suicide rates unfortunately increase dramatically among all of these. Is the gambling increases the rate of suicide. Among suicide cases in the U.S., 0.044 are gambling related, but that number jumps 9 times in the state of Nevada, and with a rate 4% higher in Oklahoma. Then the economic impacts of gambling in a society. In 2020, a study in Sweden identified that the societal cost of problem gambling equivalent to $1.67 billion, and the unemployment rate accounted for 59% of that cost. The societal costs were indirect, direct, and intangible costs. The 59% of the intangible costs were reported reduced quality of account of life and overall social costs more than twice that of the tax revenue of the Gaming Commission. And then this is the one that I am the most interested by. This website, by the way, is made by one of our Irving residents. It is irvingcasino.org. I wonder if I can get this just a little bigger. Sorry, guys. So this is in cities with legalized gambling. The time frame when gambling was open and made legal. There's the population, there's the unemployment rate, and there's the crime index. In Irving, we have, I'm just going to read this because it's a little easier. Irving, Texas has a population of 254,000 with an unemployment rate of 3.7% and a crime index of 232. In Las Vegas, with a population of 660,000, they have an unemployment rate of 6% and a crime rate of 302, whereas Biloxi, Missouri has a population of 48,000, a unemployment rate of 2.8%, and a crime index of 405. It would be shocking if the Las Vegas Sands Corporation could provide any prove that legalized gambling could in any way improve the current statistics in Irving, which are already superior to those of any other U.S. cities with legalized gambling. This comes from the city census data of 2023. Thank you.
Kathleen Solis, followed by Dr. Raed Omar Spate.
Hi there, Kathleen Solis. I live at 667 East Royal Lane, zip 75039. Thank you for listening to all of us. I really wish we would have had more of an opportunity longer than this seemingly rather rushed rate at which we are being run into with this issue of this destination resort casino. Something else that bothers me, not just the arm's length that many schools are from this proposed building. Something that bothers me here too is the fact that everybody keeps referring to this as gaming. Gaming, I'm a gamer. But when I say gamer, I'm talking like, the kind of things that bond a few people together, right? As I heard someone else mention earlier. I feel like this is sugarcoating gambling, which is very different and has much higher stakes and very easily has a propensity for addiction, as many people have spoken about this evening. So I wish people would stop sugarcoating what this is. I also am concerned for our fellow citizens here in Irving who are dealing with this possibility of debt. And when I say debt, I'm talking like, some people here, they're raising families, right? Some are going off of one income, right? Or even if they're dual income, it's still a lot. Housing prices are crazy. Why do we have to have a big, casino resort destination when we have the demand for housing, perhaps? But with this debt issue, debt could also be, a sugar-coated word for what? Could be a sugar-coated word for, I'm so sorry. Financial slavery, there's the word. Have we ever considered that? Debt being considered financial slavery? It kind of frames it a little differently. So I would ask that you really think hard on this. And also in regards to jobs, how many of you all have been to different locations or different little businesses throughout Irving and they're short-staffed? I think we have jobs. It's just nobody's showing up for them. So let's get back to work, guys. Thank you.
Dr. Sabate, followed by Sebastian Molo. Are you going to speak again if you're still here? No? Okay, great. And then the next person, well, Timothy Glatz, same issue. Are you going to speak again? Yes. Okay.
Okay, my name is Raed Omar Sabate. I live at 2700 Almanzar Avenue, Irving, Texas, 75062. I did speak in front of you on March 4th, but I wanted to come and reiterate a couple of things. Number one, I'm a professor. I've been teaching for the last 15 years. And in my last interview for a job at the university where I teach, which is a Baptist school, the provost asked me, what's your faith journey looks like? And he said, we have to ask this question. We're a Baptist school. I said, yeah, of course. I've went to an English school in Kuwait, and I studied at the American University of Beirut, which is a Protestant school. And I finished my graduate studies at the SMU, which is a Methodist school. My brother finished from University of Dallas, which is a Catholic school. And I taught 1 year in your school, which is a Baptist. So I still can come along and work together. And he laughed and he said, yeah, of course, we have common values. And I have been in Irving since 1999, and Irving has taught me, I have 4 kids who I've raised here. Irving have told me that in 2004, when we wanted to oppose the ordinance of being a wet city, we came along with Irving First and my good friend Mark Dyer, and we put in Irving First as a task force, and we came along and we had a good success in defeating it a couple of times, 3-4 times in the ballot at that time until 2008 election. And then in 2017, I came along with my other faith leaders, Pastor Webb, came with Oscar Ward, with Kyle Taylor, and I put along something called Irving Hope. Irving Hope, that stands for homelessness, outreach, poverty, and education. And I think what this proposition is bringing together, it is bringing all the 4 that we're working hard to make sure it doesn't happen, happens, unfortunately. It will affect homelessness, It affects the way people will outreach to each other. It will affect poverty, and it will affect the quality of education in our city. So that's why I oppose this Pod 6 strongly, me and my community. And also, I add to it that morally, from all the religions that I just named and others, we all have a common thing. And we all think that, gambling is not the way to go. It's not how you build economical prosperity. There's other ways. There are other common ways. And there's other ideas that can help out in this. Finally, I would like to say that today's crowd, I've never seen it before, other than a crowd I've seen when we came 2023 as peace, to call for a ceasefire at this time. We've never seen this kind of crowd as we see today. This will tell you that there is common things that humans all have together, and that the expectation from folks that are here today, our planning and zoning, that what we focus on the common things. The common thing today is that this deal is a bad deal for Irving, and what happens in Vegas has to stay in Vegas. Thank you.
So, Timothy Glatz, and then the next in line is Khalir Sheikh Dawood.
Tim Glatz, 117 Santa Rosa Way in Irving. I want to draw everybody's attention to what you see on the screen and thank the committee for updating both the ordinance amendment and the amendment. This is not a dig on any of you here. This seriously is a thank you. But I will point out one thing. I had, 15-minute break there, meetings in the hallway, discussions, and the comment was made that that's not material. I disagree with that. I was confused as to which amendment number to publicly speak at and which one was pending and not being discussed here. Others confirm that same confusion. Thank you again for updating it. If I could show 2 bullet points on this, it's at the top. I could move it down. Part of Irving City's mission is to promote high quality of life for residents. And one of Irving's value statements is that we are ethical through commitment to always do right for our city, residents, and coworkers, not tourists, our residents, city, and coworkers. The City Planning and Zoning Commission, I wanted to do some education for myself to understand your mission, and this is on the website. It says, shall recommend such conditions and restrictions as necessary to secure and protect the public health, safety, morals, and general welfare, and to protect adjoining property and the value thereof. I love Texas. It might not be obvious to some, but I do love Texas, and I love Irving. I made a conscious decision to start looking at Irving and move my family here 10 years ago. I was only able to move here 4 years ago, and I'm very grateful to live in this community. My family of 7 children and 1 wife are also very happy to live here, and some of them made their conscious decision to move here. Why? I believe Irving is a shining light in Texas for future growth and development for my children, my family, and the community. I do not believe that casinos is the way for that future development. Okay, next part of the presentation. My time, please. I would like to talk about the Sands Corporation and its history of coming into communities like ours and setting up business. In 2013, Las Vegas Sand reached an agreement with federal prosecutors to pay $47.4 million to the U.S. government to avoid criminal charges against a high-stakes gambler. I will not read the more than 7 ways that the U.S. Justice Department said that the Sands Corporation failed for sake of time. My source is the U.S. Justice Department. Anybody can look this up. The point is that Sands Corporation laundered money in 2006 and 2007, got investigated, and finally agreed 6 years later to pay the multi-million-dollar fine. That's not all. 2017, they agreed to pay $7 million, plus another $5.8 for libel. This is not a business to be trusted. Thank you for your time.
Here? I didn't see anybody get ready to speak. Okay. Mark Dyer, you're next. Mark? There you are. Certainly.
Mr. Chairman and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, I'm Mark Dyer. I live at 7411 Primrose Drive in Irving, Texas. I've lived in Irving for 51 years and been a homeowner for 36 years. And for the record, I'm not being compensated by WinStar or any other casino here tonight. I had the privilege of serving on this commission from 2002 to 2009, and I share your pain tonight, so sorry. There are many reasons to oppose the Sands Casino. I want to focus on its impact on the casino's nearest neighbors, the University of Dallas, and the new homes, Grand Homes development across the street from the University of Dallas. This is a Google map that is not in your packet. And what it shows is that the distance from the University of Dallas to the casino property is 3,500 feet, 0.66 miles. That's 2 times around a high school track and a little bit. From the edge of the neighborhood to the casino property is 4,500 feet. That's 0.75 miles, 3 times around a high school track. On Friday, Mr. Aboud, who spoke on behalf of the Sands at the public hearing, promoted 3 Sands properties that he claimed an Irving casino would be like. The first was the Venetian in Las Vegas, Nevada. The second was Marina Bay Sands in Singapore, and then the Venetian Sands Macau, located in communist China. As you can see from the Google Earth map, the Venetian has no immediate homeowners next to them. The nearest adjacent single-family homes is about 2 miles away in a community called Paradise, and if you've ever driven through Paradise, it is no paradise. There are no homes there that have houses. These homes are not new construction homes that are selling over $500,000. While Mr. Aboud claims that the casino would have no impact on property values, according to his Facebook posts and his Facebook page, he lives 11 miles away from the casino in Henderson, Nevada. Claiming that the Sands can deliver a Marina Bay Singapore casino in Irving is just as absurd as claiming that the Mavericks are better off than without Luka. The Wall Street Journal reported in August 28, 2023, that there are very few single-family homes in Singapore, and most of the city-state's 5.5 million residents live in apartments. This is the Sands in Singapore. Singapore, they don't mention, has very strict laws to deter residents from entering the Sands Casino. While no limits on foreign tourists, Singapore requires their residents to pay 150 Singapore dollars, which is about $112, just to enter if you're a Singapore resident. And you are limited to visiting the maximum of 20 times in a year. And if you violate that, you are fined 1,000 Singapore dollars. In addition, close family members in Singapore can put a family member on a list. I think my dad has a gambling problem. You put it on the list, and if they enter the casino, they can be fined up to $10,000 and placed in jail for 1 year. That's according to the Singapore newspaper, The Straits Times, on August 6, 2024. You may not know this, but Singapore, they still cane people for criminal offenses such as robbery, theft, burglary, assault, and trading on prostitution, and they hang people for offenses like drug trafficking. To compare Sands Macau in Communist China to an Irving casino is equally absurd. This is a picture of the Sands Macau in China. There are no single-family homes near the Macau Sands, all right? And in fact, they don't have property rights in Communist China. So to claim that this somehow has an impact on, doesn't have an impact on personal property is just absurd. Moving a casino 3,500 feet away from the University of Dallas would be devastating to the university. There is a reason that UNLV is ranked 244th in the national universities. There is a reason that there is no SMU, TCU, UTD, or University of Dallas in Las Vegas, Nevada, or even in the whole state of Nevada. As a parent who looked with both of my daughters at universities in Texas and around the country, it was a no-brainer that I would not send my daughters to a university that was right next to a casino. As a homeowner in Irving, I don't want my property values or the property values of my daughter and son-in-law, who just live 3 miles, negatively impacted. Studies show that that will happen, and just read the studies. So the bottom line, this is not a zero-sum game, all right? We want development. I want development. You're just not casino development. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next up is Mike Drake, and then Paul Studahar.
I think you said Mike Drake.
Drake. Oh, I think, is the microphone still on? I think the microphone just got turned off. You press the button on it. Try again.
Okay.
Much better.
Distinguished members of the Planning and Zoning Commission, my name is Mike Drake. I live at 5514 Pleasant Ridge Road in Dallas. My place of work is at 2030 East Highway 356 in Irving, 75060. I am the President Emeritus of the St. Vincent de Paul Society at Latter-day Catholic Church in Irving. We are a charitable organization that provides mostly financial support to needy families and individuals in Irving. I would like to note up front that the funding for our outreach to the Irving community comes almost exclusively from the members of our church. I rise in opposition to the proposed PUD 6 amendment, principally because casino gambling is explicitly included as a permitted use in the new zoning amendment. It is. And that is a direct snub of our existing laws in the Lone Star State. As we all well know, casino gambling is constitutionally prohibited in the state of Texas. So just what's going on here? Don't we rather have the horse before the cart? Are we witnessing the city of Irving prepare the groundwork for illegal operations, or is this just another coercive, big money operation in which the city of Irving is looking to be a willing conspirator? There's a little wonder what's going on in Austin right now. Are the lawmakers there in jeopardy of losing their seats? Or is it simply a case of buying out government officials with big money? Distinguished Commission members, the Las Vegas Sands Corporation developer who spoke to us last Friday night at the Irving Convention Center acknowledged that they are spending millions of dollars lobbying the state legislature in Austin against our constitutional ban on casinos in Texas. If you agree to this zoning change, you too will be seen as coercively lobbying for the overturning of our beloved constitutional law in Texas governing casinos. As our representatives, you are supposed to be the ones protecting citizens of Irving, and by extension, the citizens of Texas, from being crushed by big money. Or are you going to wind up being just another government entity in their hip pocket? Well, I am here today to lobby against these coercive politics and in favor of the best interests of our clients, many of whom struggle to keep their families together by overcoming the many temptations out there already that vie for their souls. They need a casino like they need a hole in the head. Now just listen for a moment how the Texas Public Policy Foundation describes this particular temptation in their publication last December, written by Dr. Derek Cohen. Problem gambling, also known as gambling addiction or gambling disorder, is a behavioral health issue characterized by an overwhelming urge to gamble despite harmful consequences to oneself or others. This disorder affects an individual's emotional, financial, and social well-being, and is often associated with other mental health issues like depression, anxiety, and substance abuse, as noted by the American Psychiatric Association in 2013. Definitionally, problem gambling becomes compulsive, disrupting an individual's personal and professional relationships, end quote. You will find that the St. Vincent de Paul Society, we place our clients first, and we insist that casinos are not in our interest at all. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this issue in opposition of PUD 6.
After Paul Studahar is John Soriano.
Good evening, members. I'll try to keep this brief. There's been a lot of folks here talking to you guys tonight. And I'm not going to be here to talk pros, cons of a casino here. My initial statement is going to be centered on some of the comments that were made Friday night by Mr. Abood from the Sands. When asked about timelines for development, he mentioned that even if gambling were legalized today in the state of Texas, that we would not begin to see work in Irving for 5 to 7 years. That is from today. That is what he said on Friday. Let's look at the political reality on the ground in Austin right now. It seems highly unlikely that this is going to get to a motion of any type during the current legislative session. So now we need to bump that timeline up to, 7 to 9 years, okay? From people that I know in Austin, it seems unlikely, probably even in the next legislative session, that it would even get to a vote to go become a state referendum and change the Constitution to allow for gambling in the state of Texas. So add another 2 years to that, that's 9 to 11 years. I was here in Irving when they blew up Texas Stadium. I got to stand there and breathe in the dust of champions as it wafted towards the University of Dallas students who were unfortunately on the wrong side of the wind when that stadium blew up. And I've seen that land lay empty for these 14, 15 years now. I don't want to see that land continue to remain unoccupied for another 13 to 15 years. And by including a usage by right for casino gaming in this new zoning district, you're effectively saying that you are willing to allow this property to continue to remain undeveloped for the next upwards of 12, 11, or I think I said the upper limit was 11 years based on Mr. Booth's statements there. So we're going to say for another 11 years, we're going to have that land remain undeveloped, no tax revenue coming in from any of that, maybe some jobs work for some of the site work. The reason we know that too is because this property cannot be developed without casino gaming, as has been stated in interviews, as was stated during the town hall on Friday as well. When queried about the amount of revenue that comes into the casinos, Mr. Abood mentioned that 30% of their profits came from casino gaming at their properties around the world. That was kind of a misdirection of the question that was asked, which was actually asked about revenue. But either way, he stated that they cannot make the other operations of these destination resorts work without the casino gaming element. What I can tell you is I looked at the public filings from the Sands Corporation, which are a public company. It's available to the public to look up. In the last full year that is reported, so the 2023, the full year 2024 reports are not out yet. For 2023, 67% of all revenue for the Sands properties came from casino gaming. So the notion that casino gaming will be a small aspect of a destination resort here is just not true based on their current operations. Maybe they're going to change their business model when they come here, but the only evidence that we have to go off of at this point is what they are currently doing. And what they are currently doing is a business model that relies on 67% of their operating revenue to fund all the rest of the supposed benefits that are going to come from this resort. So, in closing, I want to see this property developed. I think everyone here wants to see this property developed. We've seen it lay empty for too many years. By stringing the Sands along and saying that we're going to let them keep working to develop this property, if casino gaming does become legal in the state of Texas, is going to effectively say that we are going to have an undeveloped lot of property for the next 10 plus years, maybe indefinitely, because it is not a given that these out-of-state billionaire special interests are going to be able to amend the state constitution to bend to their will. I ask that you remove the usage by right for casino gaming from the PUD 6, not from PUD 6, but from the modification to the Unified Development Code to allow casino gaming by right. Thank you.
After John Soriano, Deborah Baldwin is listed, but I think since she spoke earlier, I think she was done. I don't see her here. Yeah. Gregory Pimentel would be next. Are you going to speak again? Okay.
Hi, thank you for taking the time to hear us all out. I'm Dr. John Soriano.
Is the microphone on?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
Sorry,
good.
I wasn't close enough.
Okay.
So, yeah, thank you for taking the time to hear us all out. My name is Dr. John Soriano. I live at 1701 Greenhouse Drive here in Irving, and I'm also an economics professor at the University of Dallas. So, I wanted to start off by thanking the Sands Corporation for printing these. Vote yes for jobs, vote yes for growth. And as an economist, I am 100% on board with that, and thankfully, that is not what's actually being voted for here. I'm going to tell you why there isn't really going to be an impact on jobs and growth from this casino. So there's going to be a lot of numbers thrown at you in all sorts of directions from a lot of different interested parties, particularly from the Sands Corporation and their allies. So what they're going to do is they're going to have some economic impact study that will essentially, what it will do is it will count up the revenue of the casino in expectation, and then the number of jobs that there might be, and then say this is the economic impact of the casino. What that doesn't ask is what would happen if the casino weren't there. That's what makes a rigorous study rigorous. It considers what would happen in absence of something happening. So to kind of make this point as an example, the gentleman who was up, it seems like a long time ago, was talking about how the Marina Bay Sands Casino, destination resort, if you will, transformed Singapore. And what that really is an example of is them putting their boat into water that was already rising. So I guess I can give Singapore credit. That casino was opened in April of 2010, and in the decade after that opening, it grew at a remarkable, the economy grew at a remarkable 4.7% per year after that casino was opened. The only problem is that in the decade before the casino opened, Singapore's economy grew at a rate of 5.5% per year. So this is a similar situation. Thanks to our wonderful governance and the wonderful people of Irving, we're living in a booming place right now. And it makes a lot of sense why Sands would want to locate here. He actually made a great case that there's a lot of great things about that plot of land that they want to develop. And the point is that, and all the points he made point to the fact that that could be used for a lot of other things as well. So what the best studies do about the impacts of casinos is that they look at places that got casinos and then compare them to similar places that did not get casinos. So let's take a look at some of that research. I want to bring focus actually I'll go to the economics first. So there was a study that looked at a 19-year period of all the casinos opening in the United States. And it's a great period that's similar to what's happening in Texas in that it was a period where it started off with one state having casino gambling, which is Nevada, of course. And then over that 19-year period, the number of states that got casino gambling went up to 29. So these are all states getting their first set of casinos, just like Texas would be getting. So what they actually found is that in the areas where there was already a lot of economic development and population, as is surely the case here in the middle of Dallas-Fort Worth, there was zero impact of casinos on employment and wages. Now, for some places, there were positive effects, but these tended to be sparsely populated places where this was the new thing in town, and it was actually something that was rising the water, not jumping into already rising water. Now, sure, there might be some benefits to commercial property value. If I were a restaurant owner, I might be excited about this. But the question also is, what other businesses can we put on that land? And the answer is probably a lot of things. I'm definitely for economic growth. So let's talk about the social consequences. The best studies that look into this also compare counties that got casinos to counties that didn't get casinos. What this rigorous study found over this 19-year period was that places that got casinos compared to similar places that did not get casinos experienced 8.6% increases in property crime and 12.5% increases in violent crime. So this includes crimes such as assault, rape, robbery, larceny, burglary, and auto theft. And it didn't stay in the casino, contrary to what our friend over there said. In fact, even neighboring counties experienced increases in all these crimes as well. So if we think neighboring counties are going to get crime as well, surely going right across the highway to our preschools, to our university, and all of our churches and monasteries, they're surely going to see that crime too. So I ask you to please reconsider what you're doing, and I'd be happy to talk to any of you individually if you want to know more about what the evidence says on this. Thank you.
Your time has expired. After Gregory Pimentel, Randall Taylor.
Good evening again, commissioners. Thank you for spending such a late night with us. My name is Gregory Pimentel. Again, I live at 1833 Standish Drive. Thank you for spending this time with us. It's about, when I looked at my watch, 10:07 p.m., which means that we've been here for nearly 5 hours. And I'd like to first start by saying one of two things. First, to all those out there holding a red sign or a red button who has also been here for 5 hours, thank you. This has been an incredible outpouring of support in opposition to the PUD 6 measure. I don't go to a lot of zoning meetings, but I expect that they normally do not look or feel like this. And then the second thing that I want to say to everybody holding a blue sign, You guys got to perk up a little bit. You're on the job here. Come on. What are you? I'm seeing people on their phones. They're not paying attention. This is remarkable. But on a serious note, I want to hit home one final point before I yield my time, which is the impact of predatory gambling. We have heard that only 30% of the revenue for these for these resort destination casinos comes from casino gambling. Even if that is the case, which is a little suspicious, Dr. Rachel Folberg, you can Google her right now, at the University of Massachusetts, has been heading up a long-term public health study on the effect of casinos in the great state of Massachusetts. Dr. Rachel Folberg. She found that 90% of casino revenue comes from either people who are addicted to gambling or people who are at risk for problem gambling. 90%. That means that those casino dollars that we are being promised, those casino dollars that are being touted as a good for our community, are coming out of the pockets of some of the most vulnerable people in our community. How many people are there who fit into that category? On Friday, Mr. Aboud stated that consistently, only 1 or 2% of people are addicted to gambling. If that was the case, I would say that is 1 to 2% too many. But the reality is it's nearly 10% if you include people who are at risk for problem gambling. That means that 1 out of every 10 customers in that casino could be walking into a problem that will chronically destroy their lives. That is what is at stake here. Mr. Aboud on Friday said that he was excited to share with Irving what he does, building casinos, building resorts. I am excited to share with Mr. Aboud what it is that Irving does in opposing them. Thank you. Please oppose this zoning amendment.
Is Randall Taylor here? No. All right. The next on the list is Laura Alman, and then after her is Sergio Porres.
Laura Alman, 1310 Milner Road. Pull up my notes. Fortunately, I don't have a lot to say because Mr. Dwyer already said it. My father grew up in Las Vegas. Throughout my childhood, he referred to it as the armpit of the world. He was a airline pilot. He had seen the whole world. I can believe that the Las Vegas Sands, Venetian, and Palazzo resorts and other corporate gambling operations did serve to improve the profile of Las Vegas since the 60s and the 80s. But Irving is not 1980s Las Vegas. To my knowledge, Irving does not have a mafia problem. Irving does not have a low-life casino scene that needs to be elevated. Las Vegas Sands cannot swoop in and fix something that is not broken. Irving is not Las Vegas, neither is Irving, Macau, China. Macau is just a pleasure island. There are 0 traditional neighborhoods on this island where the 5 resorts are. There's an airport, there's a power plant, there's 100 hotels and other casinos, but it looks nothing like Irving. Mr. Dwyer showed pictures. That was really cool. Las Vegas Sands has a very limited track record integrating their resorts with wholesome, family-friendly communities like Irving. I have some really wonderful neighbors in the Irving Heights neighborhood. Our people are very loyal to our neighborhood. Mr. Pritchard, you said that you saw your property values increase when you were in Las Vegas. We also saw our property values increase as much in the same amount of time that you did. We're not exactly happy about it because the property value increasing is only helpful if you're planning to leave. And we're not planning to leave. I know of 3 new homeowners on our block, 30-something with families, who grew up on our block, including my husband. We bought the house from the lady who moved in 1961. We're the second homeowners on a 60-year-old house. We really love our neighbors. Our next-door neighbors on both sides, on either side, do not share our religion, our mother tongue, or our country of birth. But we have our family values in common, and we are very happy that our kids are best friends. Probably the Las Vegas Sands thinks it's a pretty good deal to ruin several dozen neighborhoods in the process of their development. But that is not how we do it in Irving. In Irving, we look out for our neighbors. Like Mr. Aboud, who spoke for the Las Vegas Sands at the town hall meeting on Friday night, I am originally from Omaha, Nebraska. He insinuated that the crappy little casino town across the river from Omaha, Nebraska was boosted in its profile by having a casino. I can assure you that that is not the case. He is lying to our faces. Las Vegas Sands cannot improve Irving because they do not understand or value Irving, and they are not committed to Irving. They abandoned Bethlehem Sands after less than a decade. They should not be taken at their word. You are trusting the fancy presentations and glib lies of the casino industry, which is inherently manipulative. I read an article in Popular Mechanics 15 years ago about the high-tech security at the Las Vegas Sands Venetian. It is true that the casino floor is the safest place in the world. They use that same security system into manipulating patrons to betting more and more money, and they are manipulating you now. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Zoning Committee, with a bet of this magnitude, the burden is on you to show the people of Irving incontrovertible proof that the property tax revenue from a destination resort will outweigh the economic and societal ills following for decades. Thank you.
So after Sergio, we have Monica Bildner listed. If you're still here, are you speaking a second time? Okay.
Good evening. My name is Sergio Porres, and I live at 700 McCoy Drive. And as I was waiting for my opportunity to share my thoughts on what's going on, I found this abandoned on the floor, and I thought just how perfect this is. First, the Sands will come in and create jobs. They've already created at least 20. Then after the jobs, then you get the growth, like they contributed to the food truck industry by the food they provided for their mercenaries. And then the last phase is the trash that they leave. We are here tonight because this discussion is quickly becoming a referendum on whether we will invite casino gambling into Irving. In a standard zoning case, the applicant is required to appear publicly before Planning and Zoning and the City Council to answer questions about that project. Yet in this case, until last week, the public had been left in the dark. In fact, the only reason that we are being consulted now is because Councilman Luis Canosa unearthed three very important details. The first is that the Sands Corporation never intended to appear publicly. They wanted the assistant city manager to be the public face of this project while they stayed in the shadows. Second is that if this zoning variance is approved, reversing it later would essentially be impossible because the city would incur significant legal damages. And third, by approving this variance, the City Council gives up its ability to limit the scope of gaming, potentially paving the way for a full-scale predatory casino. We simply don't know what we're going to get. Rather than engaging the residents with transparency, the developer has taken the usual Irving approach, wining and dining city officials with promises of increased tax revenues, meeting with the special interests in the city to assure them of how they will benefit from this project, and lobbying the Chamber of Commerce to grease the wheels for approval. And this kind of backroom deal-making needs to stop. When the very character of our city, our culture, our commercial diversity, our values is what's at stake, these conversations cannot happen behind closed doors. Out-of-state billionaires should not be allowed to manipulate the key stakeholders of our city one by one, hoping the citizens never catch on. Ultimately, the decision to legalize gambling will be made in Austin. A bunch of people have pointed that out. But even if Texans vote to amend the Constitution, the people of Irving still have the power to decide what will come into our own backyard. With so many unanswered questions and no reason to rush, we have at least 10 years to figure this out, I urge this commission to remove the gaming component from its recommendation to the council. Irving is not desperate, and we will not be pressured into a decision with such profound and lasting consequences. And if at first you were wondering why I would walk up with this in my hands, it's because I am cleaning up this city, and that is why I am running for City Council District 2 citywide.
Go ahead.
Monica Bildner, 1912 Rayburn Court, Irving. And I want to point out that there's not just the Grand Reserve. There's also a neighborhood that's about 4 years older called the Enclave at Northgate that is right up against where the proposed casino resort will be. That is within 0.7 miles of, plus 2 large apartment complexes, plus several other smaller ones that have been there previously, serving the students of University of Dallas. But what I mostly wanted to talk about was to expand on the idea of the environmental impact of a large project. If you change the zoning for this large plot of land, what is going to happen? You have the Elm Fork of the Trinity River running behind this, and it abuts the floodplain that will be part of the property. There are 3 species of freshwater mussels, including the Texas fawnsfoot, Texas heel splitter, that are under consideration for federal protection as endangered species, and the Trinity pigtoe, which is also classified as threatened by the Texas Department of Parks and Wildlife Department. Now, you can't tell me that any amount of orange construction fencing and rolls of hay will stop the pollutants that will come from a large-scale construction site and the air pollution that will be caused by the dust at this same site from polluting the Elm Fork further. It will contribute to environmental destruction of a resource that is part of Irving and part of Dallas County. As you know, we have been trying to protect the Trinity River and the collection portions of the collection basin for the Trinity River. So we would be destroying part of our precious ecosystem that is part of Dallas. Please oppose this zoning change to help prevent further destruction. Thank you.
We're going to take a 10-minute break. We've been going a long time. And we will be back and we will continue with the public hearing. So please stay. We welcome your participation. We're not trying to run anybody off. So, thanks.
For Rebecca Charles, there's no fun quite like snow fun.
I was demolishing my friends and my sister. I was just shoving as much snow as I could and then throwing it at them.
Irving Parks and Recreation's annual Frost Fest. Welcome visitors both small and tall to Levy Event Plaza for polar chills and thrills.
You get the smiles, but the little screeches, the little yells, for us, it doesn't seem too high. To them, it seems like they're coming down an Empire State Building.
To really appreciate winter, you have to be able to touch it. And at Frost Fest, you get to enjoy that wintry touch.
I got to grab a big chunk of snow and throw it at my sister.
While there's plenty of Arctic entertainment for kids of all ages, and the snow tube hills remain a popular attraction.
It was fast and pretty tall.
For Rebecca, it's tough to top a good old-fashioned snowball fight.
Was it more fun than getting hit in the face with a snowball?
No.
Because there's nothing quite like that frosty touch of winter. Robert Sheik for Irving Spotlight.
We would like to welcome you all to the ribbon cutting celebration at Lenny's Grill and Subs.
We serve delicious Philly cheesesteaks, and we also serve many variety of deli subs, from our Italian to our American club to our turkey sandwiches.
White brisket?
It's turkey. We also have our hot sandwiches. We have a hot Italian, we have a meatball, and we also have a chicken Philly. We definitely serve mac and cheese. It is a really new item on our menu, and it's a delicious item.
It's always nice to have something new come in. Irving and Las Colinas is so special in that we have so many diverse people in town, and so we have lots of fabulous restaurants, and so I just say the more the merrier.
We have our first restaurant in Grapevine. That restaurant has been there for 5 years, and we opened that location up in 2019, a little bit before the COVID shutdown. And so we looked at this location several times, and we just fell in love with this location, and so we decided to put our second restaurant here. We make everything fresh to order, fresh ingredients, fresh meat. Nothing is pre-made. I always tell everybody, we make all our sandwiches with love.
When Porter's Army Navy opens each day, there is always a lot of history to take in throughout the store.
This is a World War II vintage dog tag machine.
Then outside, there are new things to see. Improvements along Irving Boulevard from Strickland Plaza to Sowers Road are now complete.
I always tell people we have the prettiest street in Irving.
This is our new entryway monument. It's a great way to recognize us coming into the downtown area.
Through the materials used and the visual design, teams drew inspiration from the Millennium Fountain throughout the project. Check out the overhead view of the fountain and compare it to the new overhead view at the Irving Boulevard intersections with O'Connor, Britton, and Main. And the coordinated aesthetics do not stop there.
Pillars that go up just help to provide a beautiful, consistent design feature along the boulevard.
Upgrades, including shade trees and sitting walls, also make the street more pedestrian friendly.
I like the street lights. I think they're pretty. They do a good job illuminating.
One of the great features of the project was now having continuous sidewalks throughout the boulevard, which then again helps with promote that walkability of downtown.
The city also reduced the number of lanes in a portion from 3 to 2.
I was kind of concerned about, enough volume of traffic, but frankly, it's plenty. And I even think traffic being slowed down has been a benefit to us because more people see your location.
We were able to add in parallel parking along the side, which helps provide more parking and designated parking for downtown as people come and frequent our businesses down here.
And economic development is what it's all about. New townhomes are coming to nearby 2nd Street, and other residential development is in the works. With more people living downtown, businesses will likely find this area more financially attractive.
I'm really not only hoping, but starting to see some revitalization. I'm starting to see some reinvestment. We're ourselves getting ready to do an exterior improvement and actually a complete remodel inside and out of our own building, which we've owned here for, 35 years.
Roy's Pond is participating in the city's facade enhancement program. Owners can apply for grant money to improve the look of their businesses. Several are already complete. More are in progress.
We just hope to continue to encourage small property owners to take part in those and advantage of them and reinvest into their property.
We definitely want to be an asset to the community aesthetically and from every other perspective.
Some of the buildings have looked pretty much the same since I was little. It would be nice to see just some exteriors revamped and things. Hopefully the street will inspire stuff like that.
For now, business owners are celebrating the transition seen in these before and after views driving down the boulevard.
I'm happy with the end result, very happy.
We have been waiting a long time for this, and the way it's come out has just been more than expected. It's turned out beautifully.
Work now complete that gets a historic boulevard ready for the future.
It all makes for a nice package.
Thomas Gandy for City Source.
But I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. continues to inspire generations.
Even though Dr. King is gone, his courage and hard work left a legacy for us. He showed us that we should always stand up for what we believe and fight for fairness and equality.
His boycotts, his protests, they were a lot extraordinary.
And I think this march will go down as one of the greatest, if not the greatest, demonstrations for freedom and human dignity ever held in the United States.
I saw that he had a lot of quotes like encouraging people to spread their voice and to use dialogue as power, and I thought that was really important in today as well.
Dr. King's impact on the civil rights movement is celebrated by the community at the annual MLK observance. The Irving Arts Center hosted the powerful event, which featured the Dallas Black Dance Theater, poetry, choir, and the winners of this year's MLK Essay Contest.
My essay is about how Martin Luther King encouraged equality and how he had a dream about an equal society and how we can turn it into a reality.
His speeches, such as the I Have a Dream speech, inspire people to treat others with respect and dignity, regardless of background, social status, and importantly, race.
So I included where he studied, his boycotts, and I included his speech and how hard it was to live through that time.
I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will be not judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their character.
In around third grade, at the school level here in Texas, they learn about him and the important role that he played in the civil rights movement, but I also feel like it's a way to really connect it and bring it back, and to not only hear it in the classroom, but now to really convey what they've learned and to write a lot of their feelings. But obviously the factual information is important, but we want them to really be proud and understand the history.
I think this is a great opportunity. This is like my second time doing it, so I'm a lot more confident this time, and I put a lot more thought and depth into my essay, so I'm really excited to share my thoughts again.
Although today we've come close to that ideal society, there's still so much we could do as a community to suppress discrimination and fulfill Dr. Martin Luther King's vision. Dr. King saw it in a dream. We can see it in reality. Thank you.
Our station is moving. We're going to be moving from downtown Dallas, where we are, to the Las Colinas area of Irving.
That's a major news organization to decide to come to our city. After being in Dallas for all those years.
We look forward to welcoming that project home, turning some dirt, and seeing some new capital investment.
Well, I've had the opportunity to really meet with the people that own the property. They brought up, what would you think if we got HEB interested? I said, are you kidding me? Everybody up there is all excited.
This is how the city and Brookfield are working together to ensure that the Toyota Music Factory is constantly up to date and constantly viable.
We're also excited to see the vision that we have here today.
We really have built a great package for our customers. So we've got this beautiful convention center. We now have the new and improved Toyota Music Factory and all the great things coming on there. And all of our hotels around us have gotten new and improved too. So it's a great package. It's an easy package for the meeting planner.
Having both of their operations in our city, I think, is a big win for us. It's always important for us to look at different levels of grocery stores that we have within the city.
Bringing all those jobs to the city and having Wells Fargo here anchoring the urban center, it's a great testament to what we're doing as a city that's right.
There's lots of corporate base in the area. Our brand is one that speaks to that corporate customer, but it also speaks to the families in the area.
And they said, why can't you get one in Irving, in Las Colinas? And so when we hear that, we definitely try to move as swiftly as possible.
We're so much more than just a gym.
We genuinely care about businesses. We want to make sure you're successful and happy right here in Irving.
They really are the core of business activity in Irving in so many ways. Creativity, innovation, entrepreneurship.
What are you interested in? Really hope that the kids are inspired and exposed to career opportunities that they just might not have known existed.
There's no better place to host this than I think in Irving.
I will tell you, I've had so much fun here with my family.
You don't have to look far
When I was young, we would come out here and high dive.
to find people with amazing memories of the Center Park pool.
What was your first year that you worked here in this pool?
1978. Lifeguards sitting up here baking in the sun.
But for all of their center sentimentality,
I mean, my mom would drop me off as soon as the pool would open.
they could see that the decades have taken a toll.
This is a seam in the pool, and it all is just breaking apart.
This pool opened in 1954.
Oh, God, it's older than me.
They are here on this day to celebrate the next chapter.
We're going to take out the old seasonal pool. We're going to add an indoor year-round aquatic center to the existing rec center, make it all one unit.
It's exciting to be able to give back to the community. This is something that affects the families that live here. So it's very important to us to be able to make this all happen.
That is what our residents want.
Guests at this groundbreaking ceremony got to learn all about what the center will be like when it's complete.
It's going to have all sorts of features that our residents can enjoy any day of the year.
One of the first things I think that we'll hear about is people are driving by, what's that tube that's hanging out the side of the building?
The slide that goes in and out of the building that you can time yourself racing your friends.
There'll be a lazy river. They'll have some lap lanes in there.
And a feature for the small young ones, a zero entry depth with play features and things like that.
It's kind of like a jungle theme. We got jungle ropes for fences, and we got toucans for slides for the kids.
And it's going to have something for everybody in it.
This Center Park progress is just one part of a bold vision to elevate aquatics and recreation in Irving with new pools.
And we talked about this grand vision that we have. We said we not only want to do one, we not only want to do two, we want to do three at the same time.
It definitely is ambitious, and very few cities can do it, but only Irving.
You can see this new pool at Lee Park is nearing completion, on track for an opening this summer. These designs show their preliminary ideas for an all-new aquatics and recreation center at Mustang Park.
That is a big one. The Mustang facility is going to be the first multi-generational facility that the city has built.
That will open in 2027. But on this day, it is center in the spotlight, and people are ready to make new memories, even as they remember the past.
What do you see as the potential out here when you look out here today?
It's going to be year-round. You don't have to stop swimming just because it's winter.
It is their last time to see center like this.
There are a lot of memories here and a lot of good times.
Because hours later, demolition teams moved in.
It's a well-loved pool. That's what I see. A well-loved pool that got lots of years out of it, but we're on to the new and the better.
To see what they're going to build, it's exciting.
The new Center Park Aquatic and Recreation Center is scheduled to open in summer of 2026. Thomas Gandy for City Source.
Local golfer Patrick Hensley is enjoying a round at one of his favorite courses in the area, Irving Golf Club.
The facilities are great. The greens are always in great shape. It's just a pleasure to come out here and play with my friends.
Golfers from across North Texas have flocked to Irving Golf Club since it reopened in 2019 following an extensive renovation.
When we decided to do this, there were a lot of golf courses closing across the country. But, we knew that there would be an uptick in golf. The numbers are showing that it's still alive. It's still, doing very well.
Before the renovation.
Gave you a little bit more than 10 minutes, but hopefully not too long. All right. We're going to try and keep it moving a little bit, maybe a little bit faster. I'm going to call out a couple more names so that we have people at the stairs and ready to go as we're going. The next person is Jasmine Sadri, and then after that is Kathleen Androulis, and then Joseph Simmons.
Good evening, members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Jasmine Sadri, and I grew up at 234 South Wildwood Drive, the same house my mother still lives in today. Irving is my hometown. It's where I was raised, where I was shaped, and where I've watched families build their lives with pride. And I cannot stand by and watch as our home is sold off to outsiders who have no respect for our community, our values, or our future. I strongly oppose any rezoning under PUD 6 that would permit casino gambling at the Old Texas Stadium site. And why is this being pushed through so hastily and aggressively when gambling isn't even legal in the state of Texas? So why are we voting on this? A decision of this magnitude, one that will permanently reshape the identity of our city, should not be treated as just another agenda item. And who truly benefits from this? And more importantly, who will pay the price? Let's be clear, this is not about a resort. Irving already has a world-class resort. It's been a fixture since 1983, first as the Four Seasons, and now as the Ritz-Carlton. This is about a casino, and regardless of how many gold-plated renderings they put into a PowerPoint presentation to manipulate, to convince us otherwise, it is still a dirty casino. A dirty casino that will not enhance Irving. A dirty casino that will not bring prosperity to Irving. A dirty casino that will extract wealth from Irving, exploit its people, and corrode the very integrity of this city. And if you think I'm being dramatic, let's talk about who's behind this. The Las Vegas Sands Corporation, led by Miriam Adelson and Patrick Dumont, already ripped away something sacred from this community. A team called the Dallas Mavericks. You've probably heard of them. But it wasn't just their reckless and soulless decision-making that gutted a beloved franchise. It was the nefarious, nonsensical, and outright arrogant way that they did it. They treated the Mavericks not as a legacy, but as an asset to be manipulated, exposing not just their lack of respect for this community, but their sheer incompetence as business leaders. Rather than acting with strategy or integrity, they torched relationships, they alienated fans, and then doubled down, bad-mouthing, deflecting, and refusing accountability for their self-inflicted disaster. They pulled the rug on all their business partnerships and didn't even bother to tell their ownership partner, who has 27% stake, by the way. And now they want to do the same thing to Irving. They've shown us who they are. The literal and actual mob built Vegas. These are the people you're dealing with. They're trying to bully everyone into getting their way, using the glitz and the glam of how much fake prosperity will be infused into the city of Irving and the North Texas community as a whole. Do these people strike you as community builders? Do they strike you as people who care about the city? Or does this look like just another business notch in their global portfolio? Another way to squeeze every last cent from the people who will be left with nothing when they're done. Casinos don't build communities, they prey on them. Casinos do not create wealth. They concentrate it in the hands of a few and leave everyone else with the losses. Casinos do not bring integrity. They bring crime, addiction, and a steady stream of people who will leave Irving worse than they found it. And let's talk about who will suffer the most. It won't be the billionaires pushing this through. It won't be the lobbyists making empty promises. While the wealthy behind the casino stand to gain, Irving's everyday people, all of us, here, the heart and soul, are the ones who will bear the true burden and suffer the consequences. The Old Texas Stadium site is sacred ground in this city. It's where legends played, where memories were made, where Irving became a name people recognized with pride. And it deserves better. We all deserve better. So I ask you, is this the future you want for Irving? A city that stands for family, community, and legacy, to be reduced to a filthy, neon-lit gambling pit? Run by outsiders who've already shown us their complete disregard for our culture? I urge each and every one of you, do not let this happen. Do not let this city sell its soul. Reject this proposal. Protect Irving at all costs. Please do not willingly feed it to these Vegas predators. Thank you.
After Joseph Simmons will be Maria Boca.
My name is Kathleen Androulis. It was long, but I'll make it short so it's not repetitive. I live at 3804 Acapulco Court in Irving, and I'm a 33-year resident of Irving. My children went to school in Irving and eventually in Dallas, but we never moved to Dallas. They were City of Irving lifeguards, and they volunteered at teen court. We raised our family in the place where we wanted to raise our family. I feel the need to remind everybody of the mission of the City of Irving, and that is to promote high quality of life for its residents. Its vision is that it will be a model for safe and beautiful neighborhoods. Its value statement goes by the acronym of PRIDE, as somebody already mentioned, the E of which in that value statement is for the ethical commitment to always do what's right for our residents. Tonight, I ask you to uphold those mission, vision, and value statements and vote no. Thank you.
Next up, Joseph Simmons, then Maria Boca, and then after that, Timothy Ashour.
Joseph Simmons, 3401 Plantation. I moved to Irving when I was 11 months old, and apart from university, I've been here my entire life, except for another 11 months in Oregon. And I'm not happy to be here tonight at almost 11 o'clock. I would usually be asleep by now, and I'm sure that's the same for a lot of the people in this room. I've been wondering, why are we here? Why are we voting on this amendment, which is for a use that is not legal in the state of Texas? I wonder about how the city has the authority to do that. And I've been thinking about, like, what's the point of this vote? And as far as I can tell, it's so that Sands can go to Austin and say, look, we got at least one city that wants this, so you should pass the amendment. It's not true, we don't want it. Why would Irving, as a city, go tell Austin that it should pass this amendment to get a casino built here? The argument seems to be that we would get jobs and we would get growth, which would mean more tax revenue. What would the tax revenue amount to? We're taxing a casino, and as we've discussed, a number of the other people have discussed, most of a casino's profits come from gambling. It's also been, we've talked a bit tonight about gambling addiction, right? Maybe 1.5% of adults are gambling addicts. 10% of people who partake of casino gambling are addicts. And roughly 35 to 50% of revenue from casinos is from those people with a gambling problem. I'm not going to run through all the statistics, the sources of those statistics, which have been given by other people, but most of these I got from a meta-analysis published in the Lancet Public Health, which is a highly regarded journal with 8 different authors from prestigious institutions in various countries. When you're trying to figure out what you think is the truth about gambling and its effects, and you're a layman and you don't know how to do these analyses, you should go to a meta-analysis, which is basically people doing statistical weighted averages of different studies to try to figure out what is the field converging on. And the reason is it's really hard as a layman to tell which studies are reputable and which aren't, but this sort of a meta-analysis by reputable people is really the best way to go if you don't know any better. So you're getting most of your revenue from 50% of the revenue that you're taxing is from these 1 to 5%, which is 1 in 60 residents who have a gambling problem. So basically, you're letting them drain their bank accounts into the casino, and then you are taxing a small portion of that. So you've selected sort of at random, sort of based maybe on psychological tendencies, a random selection of 1.5% of the population, and you're taxing them a portion of their bank accounts, and then you're paying Sands a huge tax collector's fee to do that for you. That is the stupidest tax-raising system I've ever heard of. The second thing you're getting is jobs, and there's a big question about what kind of jobs you're getting. And there's been a lot of talk about making Irving into a destination, and maybe it's good to be a destination, maybe it's bad. It depends on which kind. We've had some people speak about the nature of the hospitality industry and how those are maybe not the best jobs. I don't think there's anything shameful about working at a restaurant, but I do think that having your economy focused on bringing in visitors from outside is somewhat inherently degrading. And this is a constant sort of source of social tension in places like Hawaii or different tourist cities in Europe like Barcelona or Greece or in Bali in Indonesia, where the locals are very resentful of all of the outsiders coming in, and you have to effectively think of yourself as a servant. This is what the jobs are, is being a servant to these outsiders coming in and expecting you to entertain them. And Obviously, Irving is not Hawaii or Barcelona or Bali, which makes the idea of a destination resort sort of absurd in a different way. But would we want to be? Is that the sort of community we want to be, where what so many of us do for a living is serving outsiders coming in and expecting to be catered to, and raising tax revenue based on enabling the self-destructive, addictive behavior of 1 in 60 residents? And I would submit that the answer is no.
Maria Boca, and then in line Timothy Ashauer, and then Bernadette Ward. I think the microphone maybe got turned off.
Hello.
Much better.
My name is Maria Julia Boca, 3343 Garrett Drive. We don't want a casino in Irving. Some may enjoy visiting them. I'm not here to judge anybody. But most of us don't want to live near one. What is the city thinking? This will be so close to residential areas. I, for example, live about a mile away from the site, and so do hundreds of others. A casino will bring corruption, prostitution, noise, pollution, and general disruption from around-the-clock entertainment venue that will impact the surrounding areas. But hey, we get a bunch of new restaurants, and according to Mr. Abud, maybe Lady Gaga will do a concert there one time. Imagine the possibilities. I may be able to hear Lady Gaga from inside my room. Why would we allow a casino here? For the sake of entertainment and tax revenues? Yes, it will bring tax revenue. But more revenue for the city does not necessarily mean that Irving will be better off. According to a 2022 study from economists at the Federal Reserve Bank, tax revenues from casinos are often earmarked for spending on social programs. But earmarked funding is fungible, and additional revenue set aside for public schools, for instance, does not guarantee that the city will invest more in education. This is exactly what happened with the lotteries. The economic benefits that casinos bring to city governments rarely trickle down to the communities. Plus, revenue is not the only thing to consider. The environmental consequences of such a massive development, for example, need to be taken into account. The city needs to conduct independent impact studies and make them available to the public before it approves the zoning amendments. Also, have you looked at the data about problem gambling? Or maybe that doesn't matter, because according to Mr. Abud, if we let them do business here, they will fix problem gambling. Are you really willing to bring all those social ills and trust the very business responsible for them will fix them? Does that make any sense to you? I want Irving to be a destination for individuals and families who seek quality of life. I want Irving to be known for its schools, its architecture, its cultural options, its clean air and water, its green areas for recreation and relaxation, its safe and healthy and wholesome environment. We don't need a casino to fund any of that. And no, this is not a state issue. Why would we allow the rest of Texas to decide whether we get a casino in a backyard? City Council can decide this through its zoning power, and City Council needs to address citizens' concerns before it amends Part 6 to cater to Las Vegas Sands. Please, when you make your recommendation to the City Council, think of what is best for our community. Don't rush and trip over yourself to accommodate these out-of-state billionaires who couldn't care less about what is good for us. Don't repeat the mistake other cities have made, and don't fall for the dangling carrot. We don't want a casino in Irving. We don't need one. Thank you.
Timothy Ashauer, then it'll be Bernadette Ward, and then Alan Dane Waterman.
My name is Timothy Ashauer. I live at 202 Whittam Street in Irving. And I purchased that little home, my first home, the summer of last year. I chose Irving as my city of residence for my first home, in large part due to the spirit of community and family that I had seen and witnessed in Irving. It helped that the woman I was dating also lived in Irving. That meant that our dating life was wrapped up in Irving. We even had a great and important conversation by those bronze Mustangs at Las Colinas. It was in that conversation by the Mustangs that I knew I must ask her to be my wife. In January, we visited Rome on our honeymoon, And I had the privilege to see another bronze horse, the great mounted statue of Marcus Aurelius. That statue has stood for close to 2,000 years, and such a statue as that made me appreciate the Irving Mustangs all the more. I even recently, in order to get more knowledge about Irving, I checked out from our local library a movie on the making of the Mustangs. I learned that it took 8 years from the conception to the unveiling for those Mustangs. And, it was legal to make horse statues, so they didn't have those sorts of delays. The sculptor, Robert Glenn, was even sent to Spain to study the horses there as part of the process. These great monuments, with such meticulous planning, now outlast other ill-planned monuments, such as the demolished Texas Stadium, with a hole in its roof due to planning oversight. My comment then is that Irving should be taking time to plan. We are putting the cart before the horse. Since a casino is not even legal in our state, I ask that we delay this question of rezoning until it's legalized. I'm very thankful for the planning that went into those great Mustangs. I hope to walk with my wife and children by those statues, but I and many other young families will have to live elsewhere if a casino were to be zoned. The argument is the creation of jobs, but we need to promote family life. I would not have chosen my home in Irving if a casino were next door to me. I agree with the other speakers' comments. This proposal is not going to be a monument for our future. It is no more than a Trojan horse.
Bernadette Ward, and then Alan Dane Waterman, and then after that, Landon Lively.
Bernadette Waterman Ward, 130 West Holland. I've lived in Irving 25 years. By now, you've heard from the people. You have no excuse for saying yes to this proposition. You know that approving a casino is joining organized crime. It's a crime in Texas, and you are joining with them. No purchase law in Austin is going to make that less ruinous. Don't deal with the devil. If you do, the syndicate will get money by exploiting addicts. It won't stay here except to strangle voters' voices as it's trying to do now. Infrastructure will be built, serving not Irving taxpayers, but that corner of Irving. The police will learn not to send the vice squad because money will prevent the prosecutions. And employees aren't going to take the risk of reporting illegal activities. By the way, rape outpaces even property crime near casinos after 3 years. The jobs used as bait by the devil's dealers here are civic cancer. Every casino job, from paving to maids, will be paid by human misery. Every restaurant will taste of some desperate gambling addict or some trafficked girl or some drug-ridden casino orphan whose parents left him to predators so they could bet. It's toxic soil for economic growth, and it withers good industry. It wraps sticker vines around everything in city government. Any attempt to break away will be like tearing at flesh, at first through fear of loss of money, then fear of exposure, eventually worse fears. Organized criminals are not scrupulous people. All your life, the deal will catch at you to silence you. You may abandon Irving and live far away, like the con men they sent to talk to us. But the rest of us will live here, remembering what you did, because generations of wrecked families and rotted neighborhoods would pay for your bad judgment. We heard last Friday how Sands uses its filthy money for what it calls philanthropy. Look, they're no charity. Don't swallow it. Don't believe the lies in the mouth of their paid shill. Take a drive to Oklahoma and believe your own eyes. Do you want to be responsible for doing that to us? Do you want that on your soul? You don't owe the Sands anything, yet. You're still our city commission. You owe us a vote of no. No casino. No chance for a casino. Not now, not ever.
All right, please come to. All right, after Dane Waterman, we have Landon Lively and then Daniel Brassick.
Dane Waterman, 130 West Holland Drive. I'm sorry that I couldn't just bow out of this, but I have to give a few facts that have some bearing on some of the problems we have at the southern border. This is in 2013. It's a case when the Sands agreed to return $47 million in order to avoid federal prosecution for failing to submit reports that large casinos are required to file when they see suspicious transactions. The case concerned a complex money laundering scheme for drug trafficking profits between 2005 and 2007. Zhenli Yigon was at the time the largest all-cash upfront gambler that the Sands Venetian, and that's in Las Vegas, had ever seen. He was making a complex assortment of wire transfers from 2 different banks and 7 different Mexican money exchange houses that went to both the Sands Corporation and to some of its subsidiaries. Some went to a subsidiary in Hong Kong, and then they got transferred to Las Vegas. Some got sent to an account that Sands used to pay their aircraft pilots, but it did not disclose its connection to the Venetian. Now, often there was not enough information to identify Yigon as the beneficiary. Now, the federal attorneys, from which I got this information, said they found evidence that when casino personnel asked Yigon to wire the money in lump sums and to identify beneficiaries, he said that he preferred doing it his way because he didn't want the government to know about it. But apparently, none of this looked at all suspicious to the Sands people. Now, Yigon is now thought to be the man who runs the meth department in the Sinaloa drug cartel. That's pretty high up, about 2 levels down from where Guzman used to be before he got put in jail. Now, in fairness, this was not known at the time of his gambling binge, and Sands did cooperate with the investigation once they were found out. So perhaps the Sands Corporation was really just too naive and trusting to think of filing these required suspicious activities reports. But even so, it gives us an idea of what to expect from some of the customers that our destination resort may attract. So we have to ask, not just whom are we inviting to come in and live in our house, but who are his 7 friends? And will the last state really be better than the first? Thank you.
Landon Lively, then it'll be Daniel Brassick, and then Adam Moeller.
Good evening, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Zoning Committee. My heartfelt thanks to you for listening to all of us. This can't be easy. I, for one, am loving it. I'm having a great time, but you're probably not. So I deeply appreciate that. My name is Landon Lively. I live at 821 South Jefferson Street, where 4 generations of Livelies have lived, where I hope perhaps one day a 5th generation of Livelies may also live. I spoke a couple weeks ago at the previous Planning and Zoning Committee, and I'll reiterate that this city is of critical importance to me, and I want this to be a good place for my children to live, to grow up, and maybe to settle when they're adults. I wanted to take a minute to remind everyone about some of the things that Mr. Aboud, the casino salesman, said last Friday. Because I think they bear reiterating. Somebody used the word con man a minute ago, and that's really, he was really quite something. I've never been that close in person to a con man plying his craft. It was really interesting. All right, does anyone remember when he said, Lower unemployment means less crime, so casinos actually reduce crime, right? This is false. Many studies illustrate that police reports go up and up and up in the presence of a casino. Does anyone remember the dozen times that he said Texas has over 30,000 illegal gambling machines? Those poor people, there's no recourse for them. They can't get any help when they have gambling problems because there's no monitoring of these things, right? Please, everyone, raise your hand if you believe that legalizing casinos and building one in Irving would make that go away. No? Okay. Me either. We heard about property values. The presence of a casino will not reduce property values. Again, many studies across, it's already been mentioned many times in these others, so I'm not going to go into the details, but I still wanted to remember, I wanted to bring to everyone's mind what this man was saying. The University of Dallas will not be negatively impacted by a casino across the street from it. Sands Corp, does everyone remember when he said that Texas is where they are most interested in expanding into? Texas, they want to build casinos in Texas, right? Even though it's still illegal, right? And then human trafficking. This is one of the important ones. Somebody brought up human trafficking at that town hall meeting. And this one is near and dear to my heart because I have small children and I worry about this already. This is a specter that already exists in our city, and we should be doing everything we can to stamp it out, not encourage it in any way. I want to read to you a quote. Last time I spoke, I mentioned that there was a sting in Las Vegas in 2023 where they rescued a number of victims of sex trafficking. And I have a quote from that news article. This is from Fox 5 Las Vegas local news, November 28th, 2023. I want the community to understand this is not a crime that is specific to our tourist corridors. It's occurring in our neighborhoods beyond the Strip, said Captain Hector Cintron with the Las Vegas Metro Police Department Gangs, Vice, and Special Investigations Bureau. During this operation, we arrested 36 individuals for pandering, or more commonly known as sex trafficking, 31 people who were trying to purchase sex for money, 7 individuals for luring a child or soliciting a minor. This was part of a covert operation where the sex buyer believed they were meeting an underage victim for sex. During the week-long operation, police identified 215 people believed to be victims of sex trafficking and 5 juveniles. This is 2023, the end of 2023. We're not talking about things that happened in the 80s. Guys, this is real. This is happening, and it's happening in casinos. Sex traffickers and human traffickers are using casinos right now to move their victims and to find customers. We must not let this into our city. I beg you not to invite this into my ancestral homeland. I have relatives dating back to the 1840s buried in Sowers Cemetery. I don't want to see Irving turn into something very ugly, very ugly. Do not wager the soul of this city with Sands Corp. The house always wins.
After Daniel Brasic, it'll be Adam Mueller and then John Swink.
My name is Daniel Brasic, and I live at 502 Lakeside Drive, Irving, Texas, 75062. Good evening. I thank you all for your time and attention on this very special feast day of St. Patrick of Ireland. My wife is from Ireland, so it's a very special and important day for us, to say the least. And I ask for the intercession, the patronage, and the assistance of St. Patrick over myself, over everyone gathered here tonight, all residents of Irving, and the decision that we made tonight and also on Thursday at the City Council meeting. Let's not mince words. This proposal is not a minor zoning change, a destination resort, or a high-intensity mixed-use designation. It's about casino gambling, about bringing Las Vegas Sands into Irving to find fresh blood and lock our city into their business model forever. This decision will shape the soul of Irving, and I'm urging you to vote no on rezoning PUD 6 for casino gambling use. At the Friday town hall, which many here attended, I watched as Mr. Andy Aboud, the SVP of Government Relations at Las Vegas Sands, made numerous false statements. He was either lying through his teeth, which I hope is not the case, or, to give him the benefit of the doubt, he misrepresented the facts out of ignorance so severely that it calls into question the trustworthiness of Las Vegas Sands. Now, I could go on a long list on all the false statements he made, but I'll give you 4 for the sake of time. Number 1, Mr. Aboud claims Sands cares deeply about Irving residents and wants to be a good partner. This is false at face value. If Sands truly cared about Irving citizens, they would have started this dialogue over a year ago, not less than 1 week before a vote that could lead to permanent, irreversible consequences. You don't cram a life-altering decision into a few days unless you're trying to avoid public scrutiny. This last-minute push is not a partnership, it's a hostile takeover. Number 2, Mr. Aboud called this zoning change minor, but admitted the casino is essential to their plans. So which is it? The truth is that this rezoning is mission critical to their agenda to use Irving as a pawn in their strategy. Number 3, he boasted about tens of thousands of security cameras keeping the casino safe, but ignored the real danger. Crime doesn't happen inside the casinos, as others pointed out. It spills outside. Prostitution, drugs, and murder won't happen inside the casino, but will flood into our schools, churches, and neighborhoods, such as the University of Dallas parking lot, which is minutes away from PUD 6. Number 4, Mr. Aboud accused opponents of being paid by Oklahoma casinos. Again, this is probably one of the most shocking and tone-deaf comments that Mr. Aboud made all night. My fellow residents and I are here unpaid because we care about Irving. Meanwhile, Sands is spending tens, if not hundreds of millions trying to influence lawmakers in Austin. The hypocrisy is staggering. Mr. Aboud's behavior at the town hall was not just disrespectful, it was outright dangerous. We cannot allow Irving's future to be shaped by falsehoods, omissions, and slick corporate spin. And yet, to his credit, he told at least one truth. Las Vegas Sands will not develop PUD 6 unless they can build a casino at its heart. In other words, no casino, no development, no deal unless we sell our city's soul. Let's step back and think long term. Recent Mavericks owner Patrick Dumont recently said, part of leadership is thinking long term, not just about how a decision is received today, but future consequences it brings. Those are wise words by Patrick Dumont. We've heard about the short-term promises, billions in tax revenue, thousands of jobs, but what about the long-term unintended consequences? As William Hazlitt wrote in Economics in One Lesson, which is a book I recommend everyone read, we must consider not only direct beneficiaries of a decision, but also the hidden costs to everyone else. What are the unintended consequences? Let me just list a few. Number 1, Irving could become permanently controlled by Las Vegas Sands. They will dominate our politics. If the average cost to influence a politician or an employee is, let's say, $100,000, Las Vegas Sands can afford to buy every employee and council vote in Irving, now or in the future. Number 2, crime will flood into Irving. The casino will create a massive demand for what pimps and gangs are selling. It will act like a magnet pulling prostitution, drugs, and trafficking. This isn't speculation. It's happening 10 minutes away from the site at Harry Hines Boulevard and Walnut Hill. And Sands wants to dump it here. And if you don't believe me, there's a documentary on YouTube you can watch called Blood Money, Dallas's underground economy, which I recommend. Number 3, families will leave. The good families who built Irving will move out. Those who stay will face a dystopian future like Biff's Hill Valley in Back to the Future Part 2, a city ruled by greed, crime, and corruption. Number 4, Irving becomes the armpit, or worse, the human trafficking capital of Texas. Thank you so much for your time tonight.
Thank you. Adam Moeller, and then followed by John Swink, and then Christian Lanchowski.
My name is Adam Muller. I live at 2424 Crestview Circle. Ladies and gentlemen of the Planning and Zoning Committee and my fellow citizens, thank you for staying late tonight. I stand before you today as a father and as a voice for the residents who are deeply concerned about the proposed predatory gambling that threatens the fabric of our local community. Like you, I was shocked Shocked when I heard that my councilman claimed that he had never heard any constituents voice an opinion against predatory gambling. But I think he was actually telling the truth. It's because this whole plan was conducted behind closed doors with the developers. It was a process shrouded in secrecy, hidden from the very people it will impact the most. Why? Because it benefits the billionaires at the expense of the rest of the residents in Irving. So let me be clear. I've spoken now with hundreds of residents in my district, and the overwhelming majority see it as a predatory threat to the most vulnerable among us, siphoning money from those who can least afford it. So in a larger sense, this is not just about predatory gambling. This is about the legitimacy of our local democracy. The people of this city deserve a transparent process, not backroom deals. They deserve leaders who will stand up for their interests and not sell them out to the highest bidder. I believe in transparency, and I believe in giving local citizens a voice, especially when it comes to the biggest deal in our city's history. So we've heard arguments tonight taking the position that this is only a state issue. But this is admitting that you're willing to let the special interests in Austin decide what's right for us and for our city. So let's be clear. This is an Irving issue that will affect Irving citizens. Remember, they called us. We didn't call them. We're the ones making a decision tonight, not Austin. And the last thing we should do for our children and the future residents of Irving is to give these developers a blank check that they can never take back. So I respectfully urge this committee to restrict predatory gaming, protect our community, and send a message that democracy and our local citizens still matter in this city. Thank you.
Is John Swink here? He's next on the list. Nope. Christian. And then Christian Monsalve, and then Max Tittman.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Christian Lenchovsky, and I live at 220 Linda Lane in Irving. I own a home here in Nichols Park, and my wife and I are raising a family of 4 small children. We recently hosted a baptism party for my son, James. I fear that when our next child comes, the celebration may exceed the capacity of our small home. If you approve this amendment, I look forward to the opportunity to afford a larger home when the local housing market crashes. Where do I pick up my check, guys? According to a 2013 study on casinos by NAR Research, quote, the impact on home values appears to be unambiguously negative. In the case of Springfield, a casino would appear to have a significant negative externalities/nuisance value. The impact of negative externalities can be very significant, ranging in the neighborhood of 4 to 10%. Commissioners, my family's ability to purchase a bigger home at rock bottom prices to host banger parties depends on you. In all seriousness, I'm here to express my opposition to the agenda item, specifically the inclusion of casino gaming as a permitted use in the new high-intensity mixed-use zoning designation for the PUD 6 tracts. Casino gambling is illegal in Texas for very good reasons. The casino business model is geared towards exploiting people, preying on human weakness and base desires and aggravating addictions. Casinos function as a regressive tax on the most vulnerable, funded disproportionately by lower-income, working-class individuals. Real studies show that crime increases around casinos and that they contribute to family breakups. The U.S. divorce rate of regular gamblers is 31%, compared to 21% of those who rarely or never gamble. Another study found that 65% of marriages where one partner has a gambling problem end in divorce. Let's support families in Irving, not ruin them. So, casinos are illegal here. That is the law of our state. Not only would it be contrary to the spirit of our laws to preemptively zone for a currently illegal use, but it robs our city of its sovereignty on this very serious issue. If, God forbid, out-of-state billionaires buy enough of our legislatures to legalize their predatory casinos statewide in the future, the people of Irving have every right to say, not here. Am I in the weeds on this one? Our zoning regulations are the means by which we can do this, maintain local control of our own destiny, and not be at the mercy of 99.7% of the rest of voters in a statewide referendum. Our zoning, or you, are part of the bulwark against powerful out-of-state interests who would circumvent our politics and exploit our citizens for their corporate profits. Do not surrender this duty by zoning an illegal use that the people of Irving don't want and which would be harmful to our city. Las Vegas Sands is trying to slip this past us with sly obfuscations and assurances that this is just a far-off state issue and alluring promises of family-friendly amenities, tax revenue, jobs, and growth, of which a casino only plays a minimal part. We are not a casino-centric company, we heard from the casino salesman at the town hall. SEC revenue records show otherwise, which is why they won't proceed without the gambling use. We are pro-development, but we do not want a predatory casino in our community. Pass the high-intensity mixed-use zoning without the gaming use. In fact, make casino gaming a prohibited use within the high-intensity mixed use. The people of Irving will not be pushed around by out-of-state billionaires and hoodwinked by city leadership into forfeiting our local sovereignty on casino gambling and leaving our fate up to 99.7% of the rest of Texas. Vote no.
Is Christian Monsalva here? Max Tittman? Rafael de la Sugel? I know you spoke earlier. Are you speaking again? No? Okay. Saeed Purcell? I know you also spoke earlier. Maybe not here anymore. Okay. Sister Mary Angelica Neenan? She did. Okay. Yes. Deborah Mullane, are you speaking? She's done. Okay. Luke Mullane. And then after that, after you will be Daniel Burns. Are you speaking again? Or are you still here? He went home? Okay. Now after that, Charles Zipper. And then Rufus Higginbotham.
Okay, thank you. My name is Luke Mullane. I'm at 1785 Rustdale Drive. I am opposed to casino gambling in Irving. I sincerely request that y'all vote no for this resolution, this amendment. As everyone has stated, given numerous examples, I thought I had something planned to say here, but so much has been said that, a lot of things have been talked about with time. How much time do we need to evaluate things? Personally, I think we should just get the vote going, vote no. Vote no planning and zoning, vote no city council, done and over with, that would be great. But there is something about the significance of the passage of time, right? The significance of the passage of time. So when you think about it, there is great significance to the passage of time. So with this said, I think it's just absolutely significant that we don't let any more time pass with this, and we vote no. Thank you for your time.
Charles Zipper, and then Rufus Higginbotham, and then after that, Angela Roach.
I'm Charles Zipper. I live at 1500 Drexel Drive, 75061. I oppose any zoning that includes legalization or gambling For many of the reasons that have already been stated, I really just want to add that I walked my neighborhood and knocked on a bunch of doors and talked to people, and none of them knew this process. It's a confusing process. We're not getting the voice of the vast majority of Irving with this shorted. It's just not getting their input. Specifically, I'm very concerned about how many of the people that I talked to thought that there's going to be a vote on it, that they were going to get a chance to vote. They didn't know they needed to come here, and that it's just not even legal now. So some that were concerned about it were like, oh, well, we don't need to worry about it. They're falling for this concept of, well, it's not legal, so you don't need to worry about it. It's like, well, we shouldn't be passing it. We shouldn't be zoning for something that's undefined. That's my request, is let's not zone anything that's undefined. That's all I have. Thank you.
Rufus Higginbotham, then Angela Roach, and then Enrique Mann. Enrique, are you speaking again? Or are you gone? He's head out? Gone? Okay. And then after that will be James Bascom.
Hello, my name is Rufus Taylor Higginbotham. People call me Taylor. I'm a local realtor with an Irving-based real estate firm. I own a home here where I live with my wife and daughter. I own investment property here, and I specialize in the residential real estate market here in Irving.
Your address, sir?
Say
Sorry,
again?
your address?
Oh, my address is 309 Santa Clara.
Great, thank you.
I'd like to voice my opposition to the construction of a casino here because I believe it will negatively impact the residential real estate market. The National Association of Realtors, of which I am a member, published an article entitled Economic Impact of Casinos on Home Prices. The study cited that there indicated that a casino could lead to a decrease in home values from 4 to 10%, as Christian mentioned a minute ago. I think you saw the same study. Anyway, that's compared to an area without a casino. That would not be a good situation for my clients, who, as they bought property under my consultation, believed that their homes would at least hold value or hopefully increase in value in a stable housing environment. To insert a business which is incongruent with residential community would upset that stable environment. I'm concerned for my clients and for my own investment in this city. And to our city leaders, I hope that when you're tempted by an increase in the commercial tax base, that you also consider the probable decrease in the residential tax base. When I'm working with buyers, one of my most common questions that I get is about crime. They want to know if any particular home that they're looking at is in a safe neighborhood. I have to tell them that I can't make guarantees about safety in any neighborhood, but that they should look at the different crime databases that make that determination for themselves. They'll look at those websites and decide if they want to move here or not. What I'm worried about is that a lot of them may decide to move elsewhere if they start seeing the crime statistics increase as a result of the casino. I'd like to refer to some data published by the National Association of Realtors. They referenced a national study done by an economic and statistical journal published by MIT and Harvard. The study compared counties with casinos to those without, using FBI data. It found that the introduction of a casino into a county previously without a casino raised all the crime rates. They gave numbers which, in a population the size of Irving, would imply an annual increase of 1,578 more larcenies, 834 more burglaries, 698 more auto thefts, 25 more rapes, 166 more robberies, and 256 more aggravated assaults. And I'm using data from the last census in 2020, and I'm sure those numbers would be higher now based upon these data. As an Irving realtor, in many ways, I am in the business of selling Irving as a good place to live. I think having a casino here would make my job harder. Thank you.
Angela Roach, and then after James Bascom, John Blaschke.
Hi, I'm Angela Roach. I live on 1306 Broadmoor in Irving. Thank you for y'all's patience and time here. I know it's very late. I worked for years as a professional engineer prior to taking time to stay at home to raise my family here in Irving, in our wonderful little neighborhood. I was taught as an engineer to have a detailed design plan, including 2 times the safety factor calculations, especially when there's loss of life or property at risk. Things were well thought out and designed. Why hasn't the city performed its own impact study, apart from the influence of the sands? Water, power, police, fire, traffic, sewage, drainage, drugs, trafficking, personnel, trash, and population overwhelm. Not to include the 24-hour operations, the lights, the traffic, 24 hours a day, the noise. We already have here in Irving, a wonderful downtown, our new vape, smoke, and liquor stores, which exploded overnight only recently. Is that really increasing our property value? So wonderful you want to go to the next step, to all-out illegal casinos. I'm shocked. Y'all are like ravens attracted to the shiny objects. What is it about gambling that y'all are so wedded to? They mentioned destination resort. Show us a real impact study. And until then, don't do it. Don't approve something you don't have the information for. And if you really believe it, I do have oceanfront property here in town. We should all be in the comfort of our homes tonight. There is no gambling casinos legal in Texas anyways. You are trusting sands, and it's shameful our city hasn't done due diligence. The many here, I'm sure, are happy to share their research with you. Please don't drink the Kool-Aid, pour it out. This is a big decision for Irving. Your secrecy with the company is appalling. Your trust in their information is astounding. You're discussing an illegal activity. You're setting a horrible example for us. Finally, this guy representing Sands is an outsider. He is not, does not, and likely will never live here in Irving to suffer our pains should this be approved. They're only purchased the land to line their own pockets. No concern for Irving. They are using you. Why are the residents doing more research than you as zoning and planning commissioners?
Here's your impact study.
That's all I have. Thank you for your time.
James Bascom, and then John Blaschke, and then Robert Hansen.
Good evening. I'm James Bascom. I live at 2703 Edinburgh Street. Thanks a lot for your time. I know it's late. I know you're suffering. I'm suffering. But my wife is back at home with my kids. I think she's suffering more. And she does want me to be here, and she does want me to be delivering this message. First, like many have said, why the rush? As a voter, that probably is the single most frustrating aspect of this process. If we do have to rush to a decision, it should be a hard no for all the questions and doubts that still exist. Among the many concerns I have, I'll only address one. Probably the greatest is the crime that might accompany a casino in our city. At the town hall on the 14th, I was listening closely, and I think with an open mind, to hear those concerns addressed, and I was unimpressed with the answers I heard. To summarize them, first, it's hard to commit crime at casinos. And whether that's true or not, that felt like a misdirection to me. It is primarily a rise in crime in my neighborhood. Those are my friends, my family members, my school that I teach at, my students, the University of Dallas, Cistercian Abbey, et cetera, that obviously concern me. His second argument, all the studies say. He gave no citations during his talk. He waved a binder at us. When I left, I took some of the literature in support of gambling, and in that, I could also find no citations to support his claim. I'm just one guy with a laptop. It took me about 30 minutes to find the 2006 study by Granols and Mustard that suggests crime does rise over time. 2003 study by Stitt, Nichols, and Jacopassi that suggested crime increased significantly in some communities where casinos are introduced, but not necessarily all. A 2001 study by Ricardo, Gazelle, and Rickman, and Thompson found a strong correlation between the presence of a casino and increased crime rates. I didn't bother to keep looking. Even some of the studies and articles that I looked at that concluded there was not a correlation between casinos and crime described the debate on this question as far from conclusive. I don't want a casino in Irving, and if Sands Corporation with all its resources can't or doesn't care to properly address a concern that's this obvious, I think they may not be compatible with our city. That does end my pre-prepared remarks. I tried to make sure they were measured, if not generous. But I do have to say, like, we've been here for hours. Unless there is some groundswell of local support for a casino that we just haven't heard from yet, and they're coming, I cannot imagine the arrogance it would take for our city officials to move forward when you have such a clear democratic mandate to at least slow way down. Please don't do that. Thank you.
John Blasky, and then it'll be Robert Hansen, and then John Kaisersott.
Good evening. My name is John Blasky. My address is 3825 Twin Falls Street, Irving, Texas, 75062. I am a homeowner in Irving with my wife and 6 kids, and I do not want a casino or gambling in Irving. In Irving and in Texas at large, casinos and gambling are illegal. This is a long and venerable tradition, and a tradition may be described as a set of solutions for problems we have forgotten. Abandon the tradition, and you will soon recall the problem. So much has been said that I will much abridge the research and studies that I was going to present because it's all been said. Only one thing that hasn't been said explicitly. There was a great report published by the British National Health Services 2021, an aggregation of more than 250 studies over the course of more than a decade from around the world, including the United States of America. And one of the things it found that has not been mentioned, and it found everything else that has been mentioned, was that there was a statistically significant correlation between the presence of even just one casino, one gambling center, and an increase in annual personal bankruptcies filed. Now, this is obvious. We all know this. We don't need a study to tell us this. But based on what we have heard tonight, including that, this is what we do know. A vote yes is a vote for increased congestion and traffic. A vote yes is a vote for increase in property crime. A vote yes is a vote for increase in violent crime. A vote yes is a vote for increase in rape and sexual crime. A vote yes is a vote in favor of sex trafficking and prostitution. A vote yes is a vote in favor of increased theft. A vote yes is a vote in favor of a decrease in the educational success of our students. A vote yes is a vote in favor of the increase in personal bankruptcies. A vote yes is a vote for a decrease in property values in Irving. A vote yes is a vote for a significant decrease in the public trust of these institutions. And a vote yes is a vote in the face of the unanimous will of the people of Irving. So for all of us, and for the city of Irving, please vote no. Thank you.
Robert Hansen, then John Kaisersott, and then Sarah Berry.
Commissioners, bless you for being here. You show that you care for our city.
Is your microphone maybe got turned off?
Well, let's see. Is this on?
That's better.
There we go. Okay. Your care for the city is obvious. You're here. I've seen all your eyes paying attention to us throughout this whole thing. I don't see a bunch of cell phones going on back there. Bless you. You care for jobs in the city. You care for revenue.
I think it got turned off again somehow. Can you try?
It's on. Here we go. I will
Hear you well, but
crouch to the mic.
Sorry.
You care for jobs in the city? Thank you. I've got children that are going to hopefully live in this city. Thank you. You care for revenue. You care for the infrastructure that needs to be built up with that revenue. Director Murphy, Chairman Skinner, Vice Chair Hackey, your care is manifest by hosting the biggest all-night St. Patrick's party I've ever seen in the city of Irving. And all these people are going to go home sober. Commissioner Ahmed, Commissioner Sagino, Commissioner Lightfoot, care for my children with your vote, please. Commissioner Merrick, Commissioner Pritchard, Commissioner Denny, care for our neighborhoods. Prostitutes don't want a very long commute. Mr. Ahmoud promised how safe the casino would be because all the security's there, and where the police are, the criminals are not. They will come to our neighborhoods. I was having a conversation with a couple that had to leave. Unfortunately, they came from Lake Charles, Louisiana, where there's the growing casinos. It started with slot machines and the 7-Elevens, went to the riverboats, and then it came on shore. When they put their house up for sale, $700,000 house, so maybe compare it to all our lovely houses in University Hills. They were selling a $700,000 house, and what they described as a man in a very slick suit and somebody who looked like a pole dancer came and scoped out their house because they wanted to buy it to host some of their people so they could relax. University Hills would not make a very pleasant place for the rest of the neighbors, would it? Care for my children, Commissioner Reyes. Care for my families. Hear the hard statistics that several of the people brought to you. Hear the poignant stories. The ones from the casino side and the ones from the Irving side. I heard the name Lively. I see many things named after Lively in this area. Care for those of us who are here long-term and short-term. I've been here for 34, 35 years now. Care for us, please. With your vote, help us with our jobs, help us with the revenue. You know better maybe than we do. But think about what you do and how it impacts us all. Good night. St. Patrick, pray for us.
John Kaiser's up, then it'll be Sarah Berry, and then Hugo Delton.
Commissioners, it's an honor to be here. A microphone. Does it work? Here I am.
Yes. You just have to be close to it.
I'll be close to the mic. Not for long, though. My prepared remarks are kind of useless at this point because everyone said a lot of it a lot better than I would. And I want to express to you how proud I am to be a citizen, a resident of Irving, Texas, where there's this quality of citizens. And then Robert stole my thunder. He did a better job than I would do anyway, too. And that is, he stopped and asked us to examine our conscience, to ask ourselves, how can we go against this popular sentiment of the citizens of our city? So I ask you, Ask yourself, what reason could you have to go against all of this? And I'll just mention one. A friend of mine is a CEO of a large hospitality company, and I asked him, is human trafficking, is sex trafficking and prostitution really an issue in these resort destination casinos? And he said, absolutely. Rich people are getting prostitutes. There's human trafficking going on in these places. If you vote yes, that's on your conscience. Thank you.
Next is Sarah Berry, and then I have Hugo Dalton, but I didn't see anybody come up to the steps earlier, so assuming he must not be here. Next is Joshua Burkow. Is he here? And then after him, Fergus Scully. Let's go ahead.
Hi, my name's Sarah Berry. I live at 1705 Green Oaks. I teach at the University of Dallas, and I have 4 small children. So I'm actually at an advantage here. I'm short enough for the mic to pick me up, and this is my prime time because I got toddlers, right? So I'm just coming alive. I'm just coming online right now. I would love to see a new development where Texas Stadium used to be, but given its proximity to a university, a monastery, a seminary, and 2 K through 12 schools, this is not a suitable location for a casino in particular. Casino gambling, as my colleague, Dr. Soriano, has said, is qualitatively and quantitatively different from other categories permitted under high-density mixed use. For one thing, it increases crime in the surrounding area in a way that other attractions like hotels and arenas do not. The best research, as we've said, indicates a substantive increase in crime in the counties where new casinos are built. 8.6 to property crime, 12.6 for violent crime. You can see the specific graphs for larceny, robbery, auto theft, armed robbery, rape, aggravated assault, and murder, and the Grinnells and Mustard study that Dr. Soriano mentioned, and I think has been circulated to the committee by this point. And unlike, say, a football stadium which attracts fans once or twice a week, a non-stop casino will require police presence 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Researchers disagree about whether the benefits outweigh the costs in the first 3 to 5 years of a casino's presence, but they are pretty much unanimous in predicting that a casino will become a liability, a burden on the community between 5 and 10 years out from the opening date. So that's what we're looking at. You may have noticed, and I think Mr. Bascom mentioned this already, that the slick brochure that the Sands Corporation produced for the town hall last week did not have any studies cited under myth number 2, crime does not increase in counties where casinos are introduced. That's because there aren't any. He shook his binder at Sister Eleanor Gardner, her question about why there wasn't a fact or a citation there. But I mean, he doesn't have something that can support that. If you are, I mean, a lot of people tonight have mentioned the effect on the University of Dallas and Cistercian and the Highlands and the seminary that are right there within a mile of the University of Dallas. Let me put a little bit of a story on that for you. I'm an English professor, bear with me. So very often I'm teaching graduate classes. I'm teaching classes to the people who become the teachers of the children that live in Irving. And so they have to be at night because they spend all day teaching children. They come to the University of Dallas to take graduate courses for their master's or their PhD with me. That means we get out of our classes about 9:50 at night, about a half a mile away from where that casino is going to be. And the Sands Corporation is not sending anybody over across the highway to walk me home or back to my car or my students who are your kids' 4th grade teachers or your grandchildren's 4th grade teachers, right? So that's going to be my reality one night a week, every night, as long as I'm at the University of Dallas. And that's going to be what my students are facing when they walk out of their graduate classes. The city may see some tax revenue, not from I mean, we've already talked about how residential property values are not going to increase. Some people see small changes in residential property values. I don't think even with the numbers that Mr. Abode showed us on Friday night, that's going to offset the substantial cost of an increased law enforcement presence in the city of Irving to cover a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week casino. Aside from the rise in crime, which is a big concern for me as a parent and a homeowner and a teacher, I'm also concerned that this development would cause us to lose businesses and institutions that are already established here. The studies have shown that casinos are a boon in rural areas without much development, but this is not a rural area. Our problem is not an inability to attract businesses and development, and I think we stand to lose businesses and institutions like the University of Dallas, like Cistercian Abbey, which is arguably the city's greatest claim to glory. I mean, there are students coming from 67 different zip codes to attend Cistercian Preparatory School, which is arguably the best school in the area. And I don't think people are going to put their kids on a bus or on a DART to go across town from Lakewood or Preston Hollow to send their kid to Cistercian with a 10% increase in crime over the next 10 years. Thank you.
Joshua Burkow, and then Fergus Scully, and then Jonathan Sabatino.
All right, my name is Joshua Burkow. I live at 659 Baugh Drive. First off, can we get a round of applause for the remaining Sands employees here? They've got to be uncomfortable at this point. Agitator pay cannot be that good these days. Additionally, I was going to thank some of the Sands bigwigs over there, but it seems most of them left. I just saw The Godfather for the other day. It was pretty cool, and I want to appreciate them doing a live reproduction here in Irving. I was going to ask for the opportunity to audition, but they're gone. You guys are in an awkward spot, and the solution is very simple. I had a whole thing written up here, and I'll just kind of skip it because everyone's already said it. Pass the resort, but not the casino. Thank you.
Fergus Scully, then Jonathan Sabatino, and then Nathan Licht.
Hi, Fergus Scully, 1317 Carriage Drive. Can we turn this thing on? A great video of elderly people slot machines over and over and over again, and I just want to know, is that how grandma should spend her Social Security check? Is that an honest way for the city to collect tax revenue? Is that family values? So I want to thank you all on the commission for taking this proposed zoning change very seriously. The last commission meeting ran very late and lots of good questions were asked. And I understand many of you were also at the town hall, and I appreciate that you're taking this seriously. During the last P&Z meeting, one commissioner mentioned that casinos are just a small percentage of these destination resorts. But at 4 million square feet, if the casino were just 10% of the resort, it would still be the second largest casino in the world. And if it were just 5% of the whole resort, it would still be larger than any casino in Atlantic City or Las Vegas. So please do not kid yourself or try to hoodwink us by downplaying the centrality of the casino issue. About the town hall, there was one refrain that Mr. Abood kept returning to, which is that we need to legalize gambling in Texas and have a casino in Irving because people are already out there gambling and it's unregulated. First of all, that's factually false. I mean, poker houses are very regulated. This commission has restricted them, but that's besides the point. There are many activities and businesses in Texas that are illegal. does Mr. Aboud propose that we should zone part of Irving for the sale and recreational use of heroin and fentanyl? Why stop at a casino? Should the P&Z Commission recommend a brothel be included as part of the destination resort? Why or why not? After all, we can bring in needed tax revenue by pimping out the daughters of Texas. Apparently, these are the questions that we need to ask. Because even though no one on the city council or the mayor ran on zoning part of our city for illegal activities, that's what's being proposed in front of this commission. The fact of the matter is you have no mandate to approve a casino in this city. Whether you moved here 100 years ago or last month, no one chose to live in Irving so that they could live next to a casino. So please remove casino gaming from this proposal and make it a prohibited use. Thank you.
All right, Jonathan Sabatino, then, is Jonathan Sabatino here? Great. Then Nathan Licht, and then Annie Palmer.
Testing. Well, first thing is, I want to thank City Council for your time. My name is Jonathan Sabatino. I actually just moved to Irving on February 4th, so a little over a month ago. I live at 1615 Voyron Road, 75061, and quick shout out to the stream. Hi, Andrea. My girlfriend's watching from Spokane. I love you very much. I can't wait to have you move down to Irving, and I really look forward to starting a family with you one day. But I just want to say, what put Irving on the map for me to move down here from northern Idaho, it wasn't the potential prospect to having a predatory industry half a mile from me. It wasn't the potential prospect of working a server job at Las Colinas. It was the values.
I think the mic must have turned off.
There we go.
Yep.
It was the values. The values that are strong in this community that make Irving a wonderful place to live. Right now, I attend a beautiful church with the traditional Latin Mass. It's one of the largest in the country for the Fraternal Society of St. Peter. It's a community that I cannot wait to be a part of with my family, to start a family with my girlfriend after she's my wife. But that is why I moved down here. And that is what puts Irving on the eyes of many different people across the country. Not the prospect of having a casino right in our backyards. The supporters of rezoning, they're holding signs with sloganeering from a billion-dollar industry that are just empty platitudes that say yes to jobs, yes to growth. But what kind of jobs? My simple question to them is this: how many more server jobs, bartender jobs, and dead-end jobs do we need before young people are able to move out of their parents' house and afford rent on their own? How many more do we need before they're able to get married and start families and afford starter homes? We have plenty of jobs, servers, bartenders up in Las Colinas, plenty of jobs around here for positions like that that aren't filled yet. And yet this is what the casino industry would bring to our doorstep from any promised economic growth, let alone that comes at with an incredible moral sacrifice. We need actual middle-class job growth, not empty platitudes that are just the result of sloganeering by Las Vegas Sands. Let me make that clear. And that's why I moved down here. It's just more false promises and corporate doublespeak to justify dead-end job growth. Jobs that bring the same value and growth as the state outlawing pumping your own gas in order to create jobs, except this is coming from a predatory industry that will taint the legacy of Irving, will taint the environment of it, and cause people to leave. I myself, in the process of this meeting, have been talking with my girlfriend, and she said, I wouldn't want to move down there if there's a casino right in our backyard where we plan to start a family. Not going to happen. and I would leave too. And I know that many others would leave as well. I also want to point out, this is just to people in the course of this meeting, I'm checking the local petitions. As of 8/24, the pro-rezone petition stands at 115 signatures, with 60% of the signatures verified to come from within Irving. While the anti-rezone petition stands at just under 3,500 signatures, with 66% of them verified to come from within Irving, how can a yes vote on this rezone possibly claim to be democratic? How can it possibly claim to have any sort of mandate behind it? This isn't what the citizens of Irving want. This isn't what I would have wanted. I never would have come here if I had known that there was a possibility of a predatory industry like gambling coming right on my backyard. With the problems of Las Vegas and with my home state of New York, with Yonkers, which is where the casinos are at, problems of corruption, problems of all sorts of crime, including organized crime, which is where Yonkers with the casinos is a hotbed of that, problems of vagrancy, et cetera, appearing right on our doorstep. This is not what we want. That's been made very clear. The petitions are very clear about that. What is there even left to discuss? We do not want any mechanisms of sin built up in our local community that offer false hope and dead-end jobs under the fake promises of growth. We don't want to sell our community to the internationalist Adelson family and their shady dealings. We want absolutely no part of it. Thank you for your time. God bless you. And St. Patrick, please pray for us.
So next up we have Nathan Licht, then Annie Palmer, then, did Annie have to leave? Okay, then Rose Thomas, and then Matthew Hull. We have, however, passed St. Patrick's now. It's past midnight, just so you know. So just a reminder that insofar as people have already said what you were going to say, if you could omit those parts, that would be really helpful. We'd rather not be here all night, but we want to hear everything new that anybody has to say in order to have a chance to be heard.
Nathan Light, 1810 Paladuro Drive. I think the mandate of the people was clear. I hope that it is held up by the city of Irving. I know that tensions are high. I know that this is a high-pressure decision that you guys are all faced with. I've witnessed some of that myself tonight. And I hope you guys all do the right thing. Whatever sort of financial or other kind of incentive or disincentive, I hope you can see past it and do what you're called to do as public servants for this city. Thank you.
You. All right, Rose Thomas, then Matthew Hull, and then Emmanuel Flores. I don't see Matthew. Is he still here? No? Okay, so after Emmanuel Flores will be David Clopton.
Hi, I'm Rose Thomas, and I live at 2508 Burning Tree Lane in Irving, 75062. I work as a partial hospitalization program therapist at a behavioral hospital, and for the sake of my job, I will try to be as detailed as I can without sharing any details. I've heard a lot of the arguments tonight speaking about what mental health would be like. Is this working?
Yes.
Okay. What mental health would be like if a casino were to be added to Irving. And I want to address what mental health currently is. Right now, the acuity of mental health is astronomical. It is more than some of my colleagues have ever seen in the past few years. The past few months, the amount of acuity that has been presented to us is, let's just say we've had to rely on a lot of our supports within the hospital. And the reason why could be argued in a few different ways, but I think everyone here tonight would agree that the state of the world right now is kind of like a giant thunderstorm. It's kind of, the world is a dark place, and it would make a lot of sense that that everyone would be searching for a source of light within the darkness. And I could understand how some of you might see this casino as a great idea of a source of light within the darkness. However, the thing about light is that it is very easily manipulated. You could take a flashlight and it looks completely different whether you place like a clear film in front of it or a blue film in front of it. It's going to look entirely different. And so the thing about storms is finding the right light, the lightning bolt of power that hits just right, that brings a glow that kind of enhances the light that lives within each one of its siblings, because citizens, not siblings, because there is a light inside of everyone, and right now people are really struggling to find it. I've looked into the eyes of people that have shared, their deepest, darkest vices, and trying to struggle to find the light within themselves is very difficult right now. Adding a casino that enhances, kind of makes it more difficult to find the light within themselves is not going to be beneficial. People have said it would bring addiction, but I'd like to shine light about the fact that gambling is in itself a process addiction, which means that the actual substance itself is not the cause of addiction, but rather the process of it, such as like work can be a process addiction and shopping. So it is not just inherently itself the additive that can bring addiction. It is a process of the casino that brings addiction. And I furthermore will point to the fact that if this, for lack of a better word, metamorphosized, mutilized idea of a light in the darkness is brought, it's only going to increase the power of darkness within the citizens that are already struggling to find the light within themselves. So therefore, I do strongly oppose this amendment, and forgive me, there is something else. And the criminals that have been aforementioned that it would bring, those are mothers, those are brothers, those are daughters, those are citizens in Irving that are already struggling to find the light within themselves, and adding this process addiction to an already aforementioned place that is struggling with mental health acuity at this moment would not be beneficial. Thank you for your time.
Manuel Flores, then David Clopton, then Rob Berry.
Yep. Manuel Flores, 3356 Nottingham Lane. And, well, so many people have spoken before me that they probably exhausted all my list of talking points here. But first, I was hoping Mr. Aboud would still be here, because I just wanted to reassure him that I'm not a paid agent of the Chickasaw or Choctaw tribes. I'm not representing Windstar or Choctaw, as he previously stated. Also, I want to shout out the pro-casino side. Your resilience is hopefully going to be paid for by a pretty decent amount tomorrow morning in your checking account. And so I guess I just want to go about talking about one of the statistics that I had, because it wasn't really mentioned except for one individual who spoke hours ago. That 1 in 5 problem gamblers attempt suicide, and that's a rate that's 5 times higher than other addictions, which we heard that lady talk about her aunt who committed suicide because of her gambling addiction and having spent all of her money. That's just terrible, and I don't see any sort of benefit that can overcome that negative statistic there, because that negative statistic is not just a number, those are people. One other thing I wanted to talk about was with regards to the carrot and stick game that's being played here, not just in Irving, but also in Austin, because obviously there's a lot of money being put towards the efforts in Austin to hopefully, or not hopefully, but for in the sand's sake, to change the Texas Constitution to legalize gambling, right? That's the the carrot is all the funds that they're putting in there. The stick hasn't been talked about too often, but there was a great analysis by a gentleman named Chris Crateville online that was talking about how all these moves that the Mavs owners have done, it could potentially lead to, with the whole Luka deal, decreasing revenue for the Dallas Mavericks, decreasing the fan base that we had, considering the fact that we made it to the finals last year, that it could lead to it being a more reasonable prospect that the Dallas Mavs could move to a city that has a noticeable lack of an NBA team, which is Las Vegas. And so that is a potential that could exist. They have dismissed it, but to be honest, I don't really believe anything they say. And the same thing happens here. Of course, there's a carrot in terms of the promises that they make about this casino that could be in Irving. My fear is, what is that stick? Because we've heard it from Councilman Luis Canosa. There could be some legal consequences that happen if this does not go through, if it doesn't pass the legislator in Austin, or if we don't pass it ourselves, unless we just don't get involved and say no at the start. Right? If we say no at the start, we avoid any sort of negative consequence that can happen from this. But if we say yes and then try to renege, that could cause a problem for us, and I really wouldn't want that to happen at all. And so, thank you for your time.
David Clopton, then Rob Berry, and then Marnie Parmenter.
Try that a little bit higher there. Good evening, everyone. My name is David Clopton, 2116 Rosebud Drive in Irving, 75060, 4-year Irving resident. Honestly, first off, thank you all for your time and hearing all of us out tonight. I know it's been a long evening. Thank you all for your patience. I have no real original points to make after all the wonderful comments we've heard before, but I'll give you some updates on things you've heard previously. I'm a numbers guy. I work for a steel company, and we have a saying in the cyclical commodities business that volume is vanity and margin is sanity. So regardless of how much revenue these resort casinos bring in from casino gambling versus hotel rooms versus bar tabs versus whatever, the bulk of their profit comes from gaming. The bulk of their profit comes from gaming. That's what feeds them. So to say that that's not a key part of their mission and desire is a blatant lie. Last year, the Sands report in 2024, that is, the Sands reported 74% of their revenue from gaming and over 2/3 of their gross margin from gaming. When you apply SG&A costs to that, their other divisions broke even. Gaming makes all their profit. So that is an important part of their business. And if they were being disingenuous, well, they were being disingenuous and misleading about that. What else are they being misleading and disingenuous about with your information? My last point to update the petitions for and against the gaming portion of this amendment. 3,523 against as of midnight, 116 for. That's a 30-to-1 ratio. 97% of those who have committed to make a statement on this are against it. I think there is a very clear answer to pull gaming out of this amendment. Thank you all for your time.
Rob Berry, then Marty Parmenter, then Katie Doherty.
My name is Rob Berry. My address is 517 Rochelle Boulevard. So what I want to begin with is just an interesting note. In the history of the world, every casino ever built has the following two traits. Number one, the entire business model of every casino is to set people up to fail. Number two, casinos are magnets for thieves, prostitutes, con artists, human trafficking, slavery, and organized crime without exception. As a result, crime statistics soar in the presence of every casino. In fact, the Las Vegas Sands Corporation has such a persistent and dominant problem with human trafficking and slavery
that they felt compelled to publish a 10-page corporate report written by attorneys on their website entitled The 2023 Modern Slavery Statement to address the rampant presence within their own hotels and casinos worldwide. Note that corporations and businesses don't publish documents like these unless there is a glaring, persistent problem within the company's function and operation that cannot be ignored because of public or government demand and evidence. In fact, the Las Vegas Sands Corporation spent over $68 million in training their staff in 2023 alone on this matter, yet the problem still persists at very high levels, undaunted. This past Friday evening, there was a town hall meeting with Mr. Andy Aboud as the spokesperson for the Las Vegas Sands Corporation. He stated that Texas has the largest illegal gambling market in the world and that legalizing casinos would allow the state to strictly regulate the industry and provide safety nets for the addicted gamblers. There's two parts to this. They are not opposed to gambling. They are opposed to illegal gambling because they are not getting their cut. Regarding safety nets, in his own words, Mr. Aboud also touted that gambling and casinos are safe. This begs the question, if gambling and casinos are so safe, then why would we have why would there be a need to have any safety nets at all for any gambling addiction, especially safety nets on the scale and magnitude at the state level? Mr. Aboud also denied that casinos increase crime, stating, if casinos cause crime, then why doesn't Las Vegas have the highest crime rate in the world? Well, it turns out that casinos in Las Vegas do have the worst crime rates, in particular with sex offenders across the entire nation. In Irving, the ratio of all residents to registered sex offenders is 1,346 to 1. In Los Angeles, the ratio of all residents to registered sex offenders is 862 to 1. Now keep in mind that Los Angeles is the largest producer of pornography in the nation and arguably the world. In Las Vegas, the ratio of all residents to registered sex offenders is 126 to 1. I could not find any city in the country with a worse ratio than Las Vegas. The only populations with worse ratios are jail and prison populations. Irving has 0 strip clubs. Los Angeles has over 90 strip clubs. Las Vegas has approximately 30 strip clubs, 11 of which are directly on the Las Vegas Strip or within walking distance. This type of business does not promote family values or community values at all. In fact, they are the antithesis of it. Casinos are driven by the sole tenet of greed and nothing else. Everything else is a means to support that end. Las Vegas itself was founded by, developed, and funded by the mob. The mindsets, tactics, and values of the mob have not dissipated. They have only meandered to suit requirements of the law over the decades. The people running casinos now may not be directly integrated with the mob, but their lineage has not changed, nor has their values. And something that you need to realize, before the Sands Corporation made any contact with any of you, with any council member, with the mayor, they all had a file on you. They had you marked. They know your income. They know where you live. They know your estimated net worth. They know your values. They know your weaknesses.
Your time has expired. Marnie Parmenter. And then the next person on the list is Katie Dougherty. Is she what? She had to leave? Okay. And then John Gray is listed again. Is he still here or planning on speaking a second time? Looks like no. Rachel Herrera. She also leave? No, you're here, but not again? Okay. And then after Marnie then will be Ashton Ellis, and then Robert Tate Morrison.
Thank you so much for being here tonight. Y'all have really gone above and beyond, I would say. I'm Marnie Parmenter. I live at 635 Thad Drive. I attended the nearby University of Dallas and graduated in 1995, so I've been in the Irving area since the early 1990s. My husband and I purchased a home in South Irving in 2006, where we have lived ever since. We raised our 8 children here in Irving. It's getting late. Our children have attended some of our excellent area schools, and we have benefited as a family from Irving's rich, family-friendly community for over 20 years. I am for the smart and sustainable development of Irving, including the development of the area around the old Texas Stadium. I'd love if downtown Irving could be the next Bishop Arts, but as far as I know, there's no casino in Bishop Arts. I am against bringing a casino to our city. Many families who call Irving home are drawn here by the excellent schools we have. And as many have testified already, studies overwhelmingly and frighteningly show that an increase in crime, drunk driving, drug use, prostitution, human trafficking, and other problematic and tragic social ills follow casinos. Even if one is in favor of legalized gambling, I think most of us would agree it is an adult activity. Gambling and the other forms of entertainment around gambling are adult in nature. As a parent, as well as a citizen concerned with the upbringing and formation of our city's children, I would like to know how many youth-oriented organizations, the schools, daycares, preschools, Mother's Day Out programs, homeschool co-ops, church youth groups, YMCA and city youth sports groups, scout troops, children's choirs, rec centers and playgrounds, not to mention residential family homes, all the good informative institutions that serve our youth, how many would be within 1 mile of the proposed casino? How many would be in 3 miles of the proposed casino? How about 5 miles of the proposed casino? I believe the Irving and Dallas residents who would most closely be impacted by this casino deserve this information. How many children and teens would daily be within a couple of miles of this proposed casino? Even if you are in favor of legalized gambling as a legitimate adult entertainment, given the proximity of the proposed casino location to so many schools, programs, and institutions for our youth, how does this seem an appropriate location for a casino? Thank you.
Ashton Ellis, then Robert Tate Morrison, and then Matthew Baker.
Good evening, or maybe good morning. My name is Ashton Ellis, and I am the Vice President for University Relations at the University of Dallas. Our address is 1845 East Northgate Drive, 75062. I'm here to explain why the University of Dallas opposes rezoning the PUD 6 to include casino gaming. It's no easy task to get a parcel of the PUD 6 rezoned. Last year, the University of Dallas spent significant amounts of time and money researching the costs and benefits of a data center on a parcel of land UD owns in the PUD 6. We went to great lengths to work with the city staff, and our neighbors. In short, we did our homework and we followed the rules. Thankfully, our request for rezoning was granted. Let me be clear, our request was for a legal use. A casino is currently not a permitted use because it is illegal in Texas. The University of Dallas is gravely concerned about the reasons casinos were made illegal in the first place and have not been convinced that any of these reasons for banning casinos have been eliminated. In addition, the size and scale of the proposed destination resort casino next to the University of Dallas is enormous. The examples given by the Sands will change the Irving skyline, obscure views from our campus, and dominate the landscape. If it is true that millions of new visitors will descend on our neighborhood, traffic will be impacted and perhaps unmanageable. The university is gravely concerned that strangers to our campus will park on our property, walk among our students, and use our facilities without our permission. I would like to say that the SANS has shared traffic and sightline studies with us, that these studies assure the university that these problems will not happen. I would like to say that reasonable concerns about campus safety have been addressed by the SANS, but I can't. The university has not seen the kinds of studies and facts required of Irving residents to get a zoning change. Instead, it sounds like the argument is a zoning change first, and then the reasons will be given later. As a community of educators, the university wants to see the homework. We haven't. We don't give credit for promises to write a great paper. We require the students to do the work. The commission should do the same with the SANS. Thank you.
Robert Tate Morrison, then Matthew Baker, and then Ian Imlock.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert Tate Morrison, 219 Hanover. I'm about 3 miles from the lot. I have a question. Am I to understand that you are all volunteered and unpaid? I just want to say thank you for your time. You're doing a great service to this community, so thank you. I also want to address the people who are pro-casino. I guess another one left. There's been a lot of jeering at your sake, and I just want to apologize. That's unkind. And you all are worthy of respect, and so I'm sorry about that. And the same to the gentleman from the SANS. The SANS promised exciting nightlife, so here we are. I'm a professor, not at the University of Dallas, at a state school in the DFW Metroplex. I'm an American literature professor, African American literature. Thank you. And this semester I'm teaching 2 writing classes. One is for freshmen and one is a research paper course for juniors. And the freshman class that I teach every semester, I think we think of college students as young and reckless. And nearly every semester that I've been here, I've had a student write about the rise in gambling addiction. Our young people are aware of this issue. And they're sober-minded about it. And actually, Gen Z is very sober-minded about many things. They're making incredible decisions as a generation, and they should be commended for that. But for my research paper class, we use this textbook, and it's called They Say, I Say. It offers a model of presenting your arguments, and a lot of people have presented arguments tonight that have been well executed and utilized great research and showed great depth of thought and intention and care, and that's a beautiful thing. But I just want to say that that textbook gives us a model that I think that we would be wise to follow tonight. They say, I say. It's a model of hearing what people are saying about the subject with which you are interested in, and responding to it. You commissioners have heard how the city of Irving feels, and it's your responsibility to respond to it. Thank you.
Matthew Baker, and then Ian Imlock. Are you here? Gone. Eric Chastain. He left. Pamela Floyd and Ben Floyd. Those will be the next 2. No. Randy Meadows, then Baynard Cowan. No, you're here. And then, but maybe not Randy Meadows. Oh, you are. Okay. Why don't you go ahead?
My name is Matthew Baker. I live at 547 Northwest Highway, number 3206. And I want to thank you all for being here, for listening to us in this marathon session. You're probably going to tell your grandchildren about this one day. But thank you for listening. Thank you for being here and volunteering your time. Thank you for the service you're doing to the city. I wanted to talk to you just a little bit, I'm going to be very brief for all our sakes, about a concept called vertical integration. It's a concept in industry wherein, in order to produce a product most efficiently, whatever company or corporation is producing the product needs to own all of the means of production from top to bottom. Rather than spreading out their production over a lot of entities, they end up directly owning the entire process from start to finish. This is true in all sorts of manufacturing industries. It's true in finance. It's also true in politics. And the political situation in Irving that could result from the casino being in Irving is what I want to mention. Vertical integration requires that every step of the way, the company or the corporation trying to produce a product, in this case the Sands, whose product is financial gain by means of casino gambling, has to own the process all the way through. In order to get their casino in a location, they have to get all of the results they want. They have to get a zoning ordinance favorable to their purpose. They have to get laws changed. They have to make sure that they are in control of the law enforcement process. They have to make sure that everybody in every political entity that could stand in their way to stop them from getting what they want doesn't stand in their way to stop them from getting what they want. That means that a giant company like the Sands, with billions and billions of dollars at their disposal, has vast resources to use in order to make sure that they control that process. Those resources greatly exceed the resources of any individual in the city of Irving. Any of us could not hope to produce the same level of control that they would be able to exert over the city if they were in control of this process. They would need to have a city council favorable to all of their desires. They would need to have law enforcement favorable to them so that that law enforcement would look the other way to ignore all of the social ills, all of the criminal activity that inevitably comes with a casino. That process would destroy the ability of the citizens of Irving, us standing here, and you also as citizens of Irving, to control the process of our own city government, to have an influence, to have a say. I'm standing here talking to you because I believe you, fellow citizens of Irving, will listen to me. We're all here because we believe we are able to talk to you and have you respond. If city government from the council to every board in the city is staffed or has the people in it that are placed there by the Sands Corporation, us standing here talking to a commission would have no effect. The outcome would be predetermined. The fact that you're listening to me right now is a gift. And I'm praying that this is not the last opportunity that I ever get to have an entity in the city of Irving listen to me. So I want you to vote to strike the casino as an allowed land use from this proposed zoning change, because allowing the Sands Corporation to put this casino here will give them a doorway to inevitably and eventually control the whole city from top to bottom. It doesn't have to be everyone, it just has to be a majority. So that would leave, maybe a minority of people they don't have to care about on boards and commissions, on the city council, but not enough to influence the outcome. The people who would suffer the most from that are the people who are struggling the most to have a voice in their own government. The people who don't have vast resources at their disposal, who don't have money, who don't have political entities that they have any influence in. So my ask to you is that you listen to us, you listen to me, and to everyone here who's spoken, and pay attention to what we're telling you, which is that we don't want this casino. We want to maintain an influence and a say in our own government. We want development. We want good, prudent use of the land, but we want it to be done through a process that allows us to have a say in it. Please do not allow this casino to be an allowed land use in this proposed zoning change. Thank you.
Randy Meadows, and then Boehner Cowan, and then Richard Martin.
It's tall. Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners, and most importantly, city employees, thanks for being here. We appreciate your time on this. And as I say, now for something completely different. Good evening, Chairman. My name is Randall Meadows, and I come before you today as a retired police officer and former president of the Arlington Police Association. I spent 25 years as a police officer in this state, and I'm speaking in my personal capacity, though. Since the topic of crime is often used by critics in their efforts to oppose gaming in Texas, I thought it would be helpful to provide a law enforcement officer.
Sorry. I think you didn't say your address yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. It's
I missed it
600.
too, and somebody else mentioned it.
That's not a problem, 600 East John Carpenter Freeway.
Thank you.
Again, since the topic of crime is often used by critics in their efforts to oppose gaming in Texas, I thought it would be helpful to provide a law enforcement officer perspective regarding the relationship between gaming and crime. Here's the bottom line. If you believe a destination resort casino will bring an alarming surge in crime, I'm here to say do not be concerned. Right now, Texas has a $4.8 billion illegal gaming industry, making it the fourth largest gaming market in the country. There are over 60,000 illegal gaming machines statewide, operating in unregulated environments that attract crime and stretch law enforcement resources thin. These underground operations, not regulated casino resorts, are where the real crime problem exists. In Cameron County and Stark County alone, 90 illegal casinos were shut down. Opponents argue that casinos bring spikes in crime, citing outdated studies. The truth is, any large-scale development, whether a casino, a football stadium, or a major event, may lead to temporary, manageable upticks in crime due to increased density. Yet, we don't call for banning the Super Bowl or World Cup from Texas. In fact, modern casinos are among the most secure locations in the world with extensive surveillance and law enforcement presence. The reality is a casino is just about the worst place to commit a crime. However you choose to zone this site, please do not let concerns about crime prevent you from allowing an exciting development that could add a tremendous economic benefit to this community. If it does end up being a destination resort, polls have shown that Texans overwhelmingly support legal regulated gaming. To have such a development here in the city of Irving would make you the envy of so many other communities across Texas, and most assuredly, the men and women of law enforcement would continue to ensure the safety of all Texans. Thank you for your time today, and thank you all for participating as well.
Maynard Cowan, and then we have Richard Martin. Is he here still? And then Elena Jones.
Hi, thank you. Maynard Cowan. I live at 3111 Cortez Court East in Irving. I lived in Irving from 1960 to 63, and a long time ago, right? And then since 2009, I've been here the last 15 years. I've been delighted to come back after a rich and interesting time away. But Chairman Skinner, honorable city council members, I'm prouder than I can say of the nonstop eloquence of my fellow Irvingites in defense of the city that exists all around us, but also of the vision of Irving that we all share as a city that we have as an ideal, as a city of peace and security, honesty, integrity, and trustworthiness. There's little that I can add to their heartfelt eloquence, except first of all to say that it's all true. At least all who spoke against this bill. Every claim I've heard tonight about gambling and its results are true. I wanted to address especially the negative impact that it has on education. Some of these points have been made before, but the casino in that proposed land area, so close to at least 3 schools, 2 religious organizations, churches, would be directly, I want to say more than impacting, I want to say attacking the students who are there and the educational mission that I as a teacher have toward them, moving them away toward any quest for virtue, for any quest for self-control in life, and into some terrible, destructive habits. The schools themselves will be hurt by the presence of this casino immediately, and also in recruiting for future classes. We are now, have currently been on an upswing of enrollment at the University of Dallas, but things could easily turn around as soon as those who are shopping for universities, for colleges, for their kids, find out that we are right next to a casino. In fact, the long-term effect could be that schools themselves give up living and give up operating in these areas and move away from Irving. The net result in Irving would be terribly hurtful. It would. We are, I think, a city that is renowned for the strength in education that it has, and it would really be deeply hurt by that. So I just want to urge you, and first of all, once again, thank you for listening to our appeal. But we make it this late into the evening because we really care. And I want to urge you to reconsider if you had been leaning toward the casino, urge you to consider why we are so adamant and have uncovered so many reasons why it would be a bad thing for Irving. Thank you.
Richard Martin, and then Elena Jones. Is Elena Jones still here? No. Okay, then Karen Bell, and then Matthew Berry. Sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Richard Martin. I live at 2906 Grove Street here in Irving. I've been in Irving now which made me just kind of an eye-opener, 40 years by way of Dallas. I moved to Irving because it was convenient for me. I was working out of the Oak Cliff area. I worked at Mockingbird and Carpenter Freeway. My office was there. I sold Gestetner mimeograph system. Mr. Pritchard may be the only one up there that may know what that is, okay? Along with their offset press, and then of course it graduated to copy machines. But it would take me 45 minutes to leave Illinois and 35 to get to that area every morning. So I thought that possibly going the opposite direction of the traffic would make sense. It made a lot of sense. It only took me 15 minutes from there on to get to work. So for me, 40 years, and now a family, my wife and I, Kathy, we raised our kids here, and they all went to school and graduated, become fathers and mothers, and raise their own kids now. But the things that kind of made me want to just settle in was because of the culture, the community of family, and that was the way I was raised, with family. But to think that we can deviate from something that's so nurturing to our kids to help them to go off and be good citizens wherever they may live, it does trouble me. I'm totally impressed with my neighbors. The work they put in and the time and energy and passion to come before all of you to share their deep-hearted feelings about allowing a zone change at that Texas Stadium location that would include, we all want fun times, but legalize gaming, it just, to me, makes no sense when you put something, when you put the cart before the horse. It makes no sense. I mean, it's like, why would you want to have something like that to contaminate a community? Part of the vision of the zoning in the city of Irving was to build a community, and the zoning committee, of course, would evaluate those areas to make it conducive to that community. Now, the community is the people. This community has come before you and poured out their hearts why, even though there's money involved, they felt strongly how it would corrupt our vision of our community. There's nothing near that area that's conducive to allow gaming systems to be placed there. University of Dallas doesn't have any gaming. I don't think Cistercians have any gaming. The state of Texas is still illegal, so it's not conducive. And I want to close by just saying then that in view of those facts that the community have produced to you, I think you should vote no. Thank you for your time.
After Karen Bell, then we have Matthew Berry, and then James Bell.
My name is Karen Bell. I live at 704 McCoy Drive in Irving, and like a lot of people here, I'm a graduate of the University of Dallas. I urge you to vote against rezoning PUD 6 to include casino-style gambling. That land is within walking distance of the University of Dallas, a university which has greatly enriched the educational environment of Irving. We do not want to pursue monetary gain at the cost of UD's contributions. Gambling next door would indeed alter the character of the university and deter many families from choosing it for their children. Here are the numerous examples of the contributions the University of Dallas alumni have made to education in Irving since its opening in the late 1950s. Countless teachers receiving certification from UD have taught in Irving ISD. The charter school North Hills Prep has been staffed by many, many teachers out of UD since its founding in the late 1990s. One such UD graduate founded the English portion of North Hills International Baccalaureate program. The faculty of Great Hearts Irving has been mostly made of UD graduates. UD graduates have taught at many of the area's private schools, including Highland School and Cistercian Prep. UD graduates have opened 2 schools in Irving, Faustina Academy and St. Francis Montessori. UD has developed a geometry curriculum used by both Great Hearts and Founders Classical Academy in Louisville, to name a few. They have also developed a Latin curriculum that is widely used, including by homeschoolers. The non-monetary contribution of the University of Dallas to education in Irving has been immensely beneficial to our community. We do not want to jeopardize the future of UD's contributions to education by the lure of lucre from casino-earned dollars, while remaining blind to the attendant social ills that will come with nearby legalized gambling and which will alter or even destroy the character of the pro-casinos neighbor, the University of Dallas. Thank you for your time.
Matthew Berry, then James Bell, then Tilamisco.
Hi, I'm Matthew Berry. I live at 1705 Green Oaks Drive. I have the unfortunate distinction of being a politics professor, which means I'm not very popular. And I have a sort of process question for that reason. So the last, one of the more recent gentlemen who spoke, the retired police officer from Arlington, gave us his address, Murphy Nasica Consulting. That is the business address of Murphy Nasica Consulting, where I believe his LinkedIn says he works, which happens to be one of the largest beneficiaries or employees of the Adelson's PAC. Despite the fact that he said he was here in a personal capacity. Look, y'all are tired. I'm tired. My wife is a superhero, so she's not tired. But my mom, who is watching our kids and also us on the stream, I found out, hi, Mom. Thanks for moving us to Irving 25 years ago, because it's a great place for families. Them kids are paying $22.50 an hour. They were so tired they left. Anyway, whatever. So like all but 3 speakers tonight, I'm opposed, and whatever, all but 3 speakers tonight, I'm opposed to this casino thing for all the reasons that people more eloquent than me have said. So I just have a simple question, again, a sort of process question, which is why the rush? Why the buy it now before it's too late mentality? What is lost in taking our time and doing this thing right? Why do we need to decide this thing before we even know what the law is going to say? Sands owns the land. We don't have to sell it to them, right? They're coming to us, or should be coming to us. We shouldn't be going to them. This is not an act now or lose out situation. Who benefits from talking like that? Right? Who does, in fact, talk like that? Scammers. That's who talks like that. Scammers and people who want your email password. There's no reason that we can't catch our breath, wait for the law, do the studies, the independent studies, the ones that are not paid for by the people benefiting from the studies. And take our time with this life-changing decision. We legally cannot move forward with this plan. There is no reason to move forward with this plan, and we should not forfeit our right to make a decision about this plan when all the facts are on the table. There is nothing to be gained from passing this thing or moving this thing forward tonight. There is no honest reason to move forward tonight at all. So we urge you, we beg you, almost the entirety of the city that has turned out tonight, beg you, right? Do not pass this thing on. Kill it now. If you vote for this thing, we will know whom you serve, and it's not us. So please don't be scammed into making this decision before we have all the information. Thank you.
So James Bell is next. Is Telemisko still here? No. Okay, what about Jay Hudlow? Still here? No. Nathan Joy? All right, well, you'll be up next after Jimmy, and then, let's see, Alex Solis signed up but said not to speak. Do we know what position? In opposition. And then Russell Church will be after Mr. Joy. Jimmy.
Dear members of the commission, thanks for putting up with all of us tonight. I want to tell you a quick story.
Yeah, name
sorry.
and phone number.
What-
Or not name and phone number, name and address.
Oh, just joking. James Bell, 704 McCoy Drive, Irving, Texas, 75062. Okay, so I want to tell you guys a quick story. Once there was a man, he went into the mountains, and he drank with some people he had never met before, and he woke up and he had a long beard. It was gray. This man happened to be named Rip Van Winkle, and he was very surprised at what he found later. This is actually the most popular story ever written by the namesake of our city, Washington Irving, Rip Van Winkle. So the reason that I think that story is apropos of the situation is because I think that the people are forgetting what came before, and so they're acting very surprised at what happened now. I want to go back in time a little bit and go back to the situation with the Toyota Music Factory, which many of you guys may not know about, but some of you guys do. There was a developer by the name of Billy Bob Barnett, and he was in charge of the Toyota Music Factory. And, you know, the city was really excited. They wanted to bring jobs, opportunity, and they basically almost gave sort of a blank check. And there was an investigation by WFAA, and they were surprised to find out that millions had been spent on the project and not one brick had been put down at all. And it turned out, after further investigation by WFAA, and there was later litigation about it, that he had paid very large consulting fees to a bunch of consultants which he indirectly owned through a series of shell companies. One of the consulting companies was legally listed in the name of the chauffeur that drove him around. So the city of Irving has been here before, where we're like, hey, this awesome developer is here. They're going to bring jobs and growth, and let's just kind of give them a blank check. So now we can't act like we are naive. Just last week, the CEO of the Dallas Mavericks told in a press conference people in the Dallas media, including the Dallas Morning News and many others, that the Mavericks are planning on building an arena entertainment center concept in Dallas. And they're very, very determined to try everything they can to build it within city limits. So let's put two and two together real quick. So the Las Vegas Sands Corporation wants us to write them a blank check. And they say that they're going to build this incredible upscale development. But meanwhile, they think that we can't read articles that are written on the other side of the Trinity River. And they're telling people in Dallas that, hey, we're going to be building an arena. And they've said it many times before, they want to build an arena and casino complex together. And so how is it not obvious, after all we've learned from being bamboozled by developers, that once again we're being played as a pawn in the possible deal that the Las Vegas Sands, in all likelihood, will win this variance, win us a blank check, walk over to Dallas and say, look what Irving gave us. What are you guys going to do? According to my sources, which include some political consultants, they're saying that the Dallas City Council has done a handshake deal to give them the old site of the old jail, and that's actually their true destination. We are just being played. So in addition to Mr. Studehar's excellent point that we have to wait 11, 12 years to even break ground and actually build this thing in sort of a best case scenario, what I think is actually more likely is that the Las Vegas Sands will win this zoning variance, and then when they are ready to develop the old jail, well, they might need some extra revenue, so why not sell it to another developer who doesn't have such an amazing track record on, you know, high-end casino gaming, more like a WinStar times 2. This is the risk that we give. We cannot afford a blank check. A blank check is a dangerous check. You never give a blank check to someone when they're literally on the other side of the Trinity River last week telling people that they are going to keep the Mavericks and arena and entertainment center in Dallas. Like, we just can't be that dim. We just can't. We can't afford it. We can't be that dim. The end. Vote again.
Nathan Joy. Then is Russell Church here still? No. Juan Rosas? Is he still here? Yep. And then John Paul Hine. We after him. Please go ahead, sir.
Good morning, commission members and guests. My name is Nathan Joy, and I live at 5244 Weiss Lane here in Irving, Texas. I'm a longtime resident of our city. I am a property owner in our city, and I own a business in our city. This evening, you've heard a very persuasive presentation from the Las Vegas Sands Corporation. An argument that's really focused on 3 points: money, greed, and pleasure. We all know that money, greed, and pleasure, in and of themselves, do not provide long-lasting comfort, happiness, peace, joy, or hope. But rather, these are idols that we're all guilty of worshiping. Casinos will bring to our city false comfort, false happiness, false peace, false joy, and false hope. This casino will prey upon the most vulnerable people in our city, swindling the elderly out of their retirements, their pensions, and the inheritance to their children. All you have to do is go to any casino in the world and you will see this for yourselves. This casino will trick the poor out of their constrained resources. All you have to do is go to any casino in the world and you will see this for yourselves. This casino will prey upon the young and the innocent by creating a situation that fosters human trafficking and abuse. All you have to do is go to any casino in the world and you can see this for yourselves. This casino will steal from hardworking middle class through depressed property values and increased crime in our neighborhoods. You may not see this today, but I promise you, you will. We have the opportunity to resist this temptation today, to avoid this poison fruit. Money might give us short-sighted, short-lived financial benefits, but at what cost? In this situation, supporting this casino will cost us the soul of our community. I implore you, do the right thing. Don't let these drug dealers into our community. They're peddling a drug. It may not be a drug that we're all thinking about, but it is. It's a drug of addiction. It's a drug of human trafficking. It's a drug of abuse. It's a drug of taking advantage of people. And we shouldn't have that here. I implore you again, vote against this amendment, oppose this amendment. Thank you so much for your time.
Then after John Paul Heine, it'll be Chaslyn Hancock. Is Chaslyn still here? No. Then the next will be Natalie Fernandez. All right, why don't you go ahead?
Okay. Good morning. My name is Juan Rosas. I might look familiar. I was here a couple weeks ago and then on some memes. I didn't mean to be on a meme, but somehow I ended up in memes about this. But if just to remind you, so I have a few businesses here in Las Colinas, one off of 114 MacArthur. My name's Juan Rosas at 3572 Hathaway Court. I'm a little hesitant because the Saturday after I spoke, our car was stolen from our driveway. Not saying there's a correlation, but it did happen. Anyway, to remind you, so I've got two businesses in town, and I coach a lot of sports, including this gentleman, I believe, coaches in, do you coach in Upward? I think you do, yes. Fierce team, amazing team, they did great. But one thing I want to bring up is the children, right? So I have 7 children, I mentioned this last time, 6 boys and 1 girl. And one thing we often talk about is building virtue. Is it easier to take, oftentimes the best road is the not easy road, is the road that requires sacrifice. And in addition, some of my kids have ADHD. Folks with ADHD have a 20% increased chance of getting addicted to gambling compared to the regular population, the rest of the population. And so as I coach these kids and as we gather around and focus on virtue, some of the things I noticed after leaving last time, and you guys were talking, was that some of you guys have visited some of these locations across the seas. Some you moved maybe their companies to Vegas, but you did decide to come back here where we don't have a casino. Is realizing that I know it's exciting. I know you're thinking and you're sitting there and you're thinking, I can have a huge impact on the economy of Irving. Just this idea of bringing this big business to our city and thinking that that's going to solve a lot of problems. So I get it. I totally understand. I'm a business person. I totally get it. This is the thing. We don't need the casino. We are already thriving. We're already thriving. We have more businesses coming to our area than most other places. I tell my advisors, I own a financial planning firm, I have 25 advisors that work in my office, a number of people that work for us just internally. We talk about how if they could just go and walk a mile in any direction from one of our physical offices, that they can just happen upon hundreds and hundreds, if not thousands of people to talk to about financial planning. The work that we do brings financial security to the community. The reason why I bring that up is early on in my career, just like most people who start in the insurance or financial planning business, you call on a lot of people that you know. Some of my family, I'm from San Antonio originally, some of my family was from Eagle Pass. There's a casino in Eagle Pass, and one of the things I noticed about all the people that I would get referred to around Eagle Pass is that none of them had very much money to save or to invest, and they always there was a joke that they would make donations to the Indian tribes. Essentially, they would give all of their money to the casinos and they were donations. The sad thing is many of them are still working today into their 70s or have died not having retired. So that is my experience with casinos and financial security for the community. We have a great community of families, a great community of kids who want to do amazing things, and they don't need a casino to do it. They can fight poverty with virtue. I know you guys are trying to solve a problem, and it's exciting. It feels like like we can check the box, and we've made a big impact, and we can go and we can retire maybe or finish our lives and feel like we really did something. But we don't need to do this. We don't need to do this. But I do thank you for staying this late and this morning, and I'm looking forward to hearing you guys deliberate, especially with everything you guys have heard tonight. I'm sorry if I'm talking in circles. I'm super tired, like most people here, but I trust that you guys will do the right thing. Thanks.
All right. After John Paul Hine, then is Natalie Fernandez still here? No. Charmy Bland? Charmy, I don't think so. Omar Ringwala? No. Austin Lemke? Luke Malone? Okay. All right. Well, you'll be up next after John Paul Hine, and then Emily Glicksman after Mr. Malone. You're Austin. Ah, okay. Great. Thanks. Go ahead.
John Paul Hine, 1534 Regina Court North. I am also an alumnus of Cistercian Prep, which you've heard mentioned many times, and an alumnus of the University of Dallas. I also teach at the University of Dallas. These are two institutions about which I care very, very dearly. I care both for their current faculty, staff, and students, as well as the future of these institutions and the past of these institutions. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you for being here this late, as many have said. Thank you for being heroic. And I would ask you to further be heroic. Be heroes for us. Have the nobility to be our heroes. You can see that this is a heroic community. I have traveled a lot in my studies as a history professor. I've spent a year in Jerusalem. I've cycled across the Netherlands. I've walked across Spain. I've spent over a year in Rome. But I came back here because, as I always said, somewhat jokingly, but honestly, seriously, to all my friends, this, Irving, is the New Jerusalem. This is our sacred city, and it is defined by its sacred community. And this is a community that is bound by a sacred contract, not just between all of us here standing presently or currently living, but to paraphrase the great statesman Edmund Burke, it is a contract that we have also with those who will come after us and with those who have come before us. We need to keep that in mind. We need you to be heroes for us now. We need you to be heroes for those who will be going, especially to these educational institutions you were hearing so much about. And they are that close, as people have been saying. I also was there to watch the stadium be imploded, and we weren't able to outrun the dust because of how close this thing was. I need you to be heroes for my future students. It was put before the speaker here earlier, the question of, what about the underbelly that we keep hearing about? Right? How would you handle that? Do you recall what the response was? Oh, we do 13 hours of training to help deal with things like prostitution and human trafficking. I'm sorry, but as professor of my future students and current students, that is not sufficient. I need you to be heroes for my students, both now and in the future. I need you also to be heroes for those of the past. You've heard now from many of us that we have deep roots here, that there are those who have instilled in us the morals that we keep speaking to you about. We didn't just come up with these things on our own. These are things that we have inherited. I inherited many of them from my teachers at the university, and especially from the prep school. Many of those who taught me are currently buried there in the crypt of the prep school's monastery abbey. I need you to be heroes for all of those who came before us, to uphold the lessons that they taught us, that they instilled in us, that have made us the heroic people who are standing before you. I need you, we need you, to be heroes for us now, for those who will come after us, and for those who have come before us. Thank you.
So, Austin, why don't you come up? But let's see. Is Luke Malone here? You are. Okay, you'll be next, and then Emily Glicksman.
Hello, my name is Austin Lemke. I live at 1810 Paladero Drive. I had the whole thing prepared, but it's been 5 hours. And at this point, I just want to say, yes, I oppose the casino. I don't think that's going to be a good thing for the community. I'm a Catholic. I'm a believer in Christ, and I want to say God bless all of you for staying here, for volunteering yourselves, and I pray that Irving can keep its good people with good faith in this community. I think that's the real treasure that's in Irving, the wonderful families and their faith in Jesus Christ. I don't think that the Sands Corporation has our interests in really in mind. I asked a question to Mr. Aboud, who has since left, that because the casino was so close to the different religious communities in Irving, did he personally think that gambling is a psychological and spiritual good for people? And I didn't expect a great answer, but the one he gave me kind of surprised me, where he said, well, I think entertainment makes people happy, and I think happiness is good. I said, well, is that healthy? He said, well, I think being happy is healthy. I mean, you can listen to the recording. And I think the Sands Corporation has a different definition of happiness than the people of Irving, actually, because I think the real word is pleasure. You know, gambling and a lot of these vices, they're pleasurable in the moment. And pleasure is what people use to escape their pain and the troubles of their lives. And that's where that dynamic is kind of where modern people have been exploited so much through social media and so on and so forth, and alcohol and drugs, you name it. And I think real happiness is what the people in Irving already have, which is their faith, their family, the community of people here that has stayed for longer than I thought we would be here. That's real happiness. I don't think the Sands Corporation can offer Irving happiness. Thank you very much for your time.
Luke Malone, then Emily Glucksman, then Laith Hussein.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the community of PUD 6 Development. My name is Luke Malone, and I reside at currently 3136 Colchester Drive. Isn't Irving a wonderful place to be? It's a wholesome, family, community-oriented town. It's not a town that is appreciated for being overly extravagant, but it doesn't need to be. It continues to be a town where families can grow and families can flock over to. It's a real abundant with wholesome, innocent joy, even if trash cans are hard to come by. Which makes you wonder what makes it a spot in the map for the Adelsons, who run a multi-billion-dollar company to acquire a few tracts of land to have their casino in a town that's getting off its feet economically fairly well. Not insanely, but just good enough. Well, it's an easy spot on the map. It can qualify as a good economic zone. Its placement qualifies as an ideal economic zone. Unfortunately, its placement could not be worse. It's close to 2 religious institutions and a Catholic college. Signs that Irving is indeed a wholesome town that puts family, community, and God above all. Kind of makes you wonder why it's the reason the Sands Corporation did not inform the citizens of Irving and were hasty to get approval by the city real quickly, real fast. But thanks to our Councilman Canosa, we have been well informed of that. Well, so many citizens have already spoken up tonight, so I won't go into too much detail regarding that. They've strongly voiced their opposition to the Sands Corporation, and for good reason. The economic benefits may occur instantly, but they come with long-term moral depravities, drugs, crimes, suicides. Not to mention, Harry Hines is just up the road. It won't be long before, if they had a casino already installed there, they would decide to employ clientele, further adding to the depravities and therefore moral degradation. And in a town where that's going to be on the rise, what loving parent would not want to move their children? What parents would not move their kids out of the town? But so many have flocked here already. So what do we do about that? Well, Irving does not need a casino to grow it economically. We don't know what we're up against, but it's already given that the House will not be generous. And given that they are willing to spend upwards of $5 million a year to legalize gambling in Texas, only to aim for a small, wholesome town, it's clear that they have nefarious intentions. So clearly, they have nefarious intentions, and we definitely have to correlate that with the business decisions they have. I mean, they're aiming for, a town that is known for its good schools, good Catholic college, 2 religious institutions next to it. And one can imagine the utter chaos that would unfold if that was to go forward. The cons clearly outweigh the pros. This town is not perfect, but it will look a lot less like Bedford Falls and more like Pottersville if we allow this to happen. Many a town had already fallen that way. So I would urge you to stand up, but a lot of you already stood up, so I'm just going to say keep on fighting and vote no to this amendment. Irving does not need a casino to draw in revenue. Let's work together as a community, slowly but surely, as communities organically build themselves up without corporate interference, to build up this beloved town that has become a great place to thrive and to be happy despite living in the Valley of Tears. Losers in Vegas keep gambling, the winners walk away. So let's vote to tell the Sands corporations to stay away. Thanks.
Emily Glicksman, and then Laith Hussein.
Emily Glicksman, 600 MacArthur Court. I'm a 20-year Irving resident. I'm a very tired mom of young children who get up early. I'm a teacher and a wife, and I'm only here this late and to thank you all for being here as well, and to let you know that I think that this needs to be unanimously sent back to City Council with a vote of no to save the educational institutions around the PUD 6, is particularly the University of Dallas, where my husband is a faculty member, where he and I are both alumni, and where our children go to school within the 2-mile radius of that development. So thank you again so much for your service. As a volunteer in this community, I know what it means to spend many hours for a just cause, and I thank you all for your service and encourage you to send this back to City Council with a no.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak in favor or against item number 2, which is the ordinance amendment that we're discussing? I would. Come up to the podium, please.
Good morning. My name is Alexander Misko. I live at 1320 Mosswood Lane, Irving. Many of us have received text messages in the recent days saying, courtesy of the Sands Corporation, that the future of Irving is on the line. I couldn't agree more. We hear that this process, that it'll be a long time, that it will be many years before we need to be concerned about what will come of the decision we make tonight. This is the kind of time horizon that a casino loves, because in the long run, the house always wins. All of us know that this is the first step down a path for Irving. Whether 5 years or 10 or 15, what the commission recommends is the fork in the road. We are right to pause at such a pass. We are right to deliberate. We are right to stop when weighing approving something that is currently illegal in this state. Have the representatives of Sands given us any assurance to make such a step? No. When asked about lobbyists at last Friday's town hall, Mr. Aboud described them, quote, as agents of transparency, unquote. Agents of transparency. Does Mr. Aboud call death the fairy godmother of perpetual sleep? This euphemism was characteristic, unfortunately. When asked about crime in Irving and social ills, he touted the cameras and security personnel in the casino. The floor is the safest place in Vegas. Who cares? This is tantamount to a bar boasting that no drunk driving occurs in the establishment. It is irrelevant. It is ridiculous. How can we trust such a messenger? Was that supposed to make a good first impression? If you can't trust the messenger, can you trust the message? I've been offered extended warranties before. Have you? Thank you. And thank you for staying so late.
Sir.
Manuel Garcia. I live at 4403 Martin Parkway. Just wanted to reiterate, just for anyone that missed it, earlier tonight, the retired police officer is actually an employee of Murphy Nasia, and the listed address that he gave is an office building. He lives in Fort Worth, and for those of you that don't know, Murphy Nasia is actually a political consultant employed by the Sands Corporation. So out of the 3 people that were in favor of the casino tonight, one of them is absolutely just a paid shill. Thank you.
If there's anybody else who's wanting to speak in favor or opposition at this point, if you could come up in line here now so that we can do this more quickly. Thanks.
Agreed.
You can come on up. If you're going to speak, come on up closer.
Hi, my name is Brian Jones. I live at 1608 Canyon Oaks Drive in Irving, Texas. Thank you so much, board, for the opportunity to speak to you. I know it's late. I'm not going to reiterate all the points that you've heard. Everything that I wanted to say initially has already been said, except for one thing. We've talked about, the economic perils or the economic hazard of a casino. We've talked about the safety hazard of a casino. We talked about the moral hazard of a casino, amongst other things. One of the things I really wanted to point out, and it's been hinted on a little bit, is the strategic hazard of this proposal, of changing the zoning to PED 6. In a negotiation, I work in the insurance industry in claims. I have to negotiate all the time. It's a regular part of my job. I really enjoy it. But one of the chief rules of negotiation is you do not give up your leverage. And by preemptively adding, casino gambling to the ordinance, without even seeing what the state's going to do. I mean, it's a big if, whether or not the state actually changes its constitution. It's going to be a public referendum. It's going to be a whole thing, right? But even if that does happen, but we preemptively do that, we remove that leverage that we have. Jimmy Bell said earlier that this could very well be a bait and switch situation going on. We know that they're moving multiple angles here. We know that with the Luka trade, with the Mavericks, that they're making all kinds of strange maneuvers. I mean, and I don't quite understand them. I don't think anybody understands them. All we know is that they're working multiple angles, and so we really don't know what their true intentions are. We do know that they want to move quick. They want to move quick, right? And I say, let's slow down. Let's take our time. Let's not give away our leverage, especially on the first date. Come on, guys. We have more self-respect than this. All right? As a matter of business, let's all these folks that are pro-casino, let's give them the benefit of the doubt. I negotiate in good faith, right? Let's take all their arguments. Let's say they're all true. Let's say that the casino does bring all this economic prosperity and amazing things to the city, right? Like, okay, but what they're planning to build or what they're proposing to build in these shiny binders with 0 footnotes, right, may not be what actually ends up happening, right? So let's hold on to our leverage. Let's be smart about this. You guys are a commission that's been appointed by city council to provide good advice to the council. Ultimately, Thursday is going to be lit, folks, I tell you, if you guys approve this. Like, if you think this is anything, wait until Thursday happens, right? But I'm just saying, if you want to provide good advice, say, let's negotiate with a little bit of perspective, right? Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Eric Llewellyn, and I live at 13001 Cornell Drive, and I oppose the casino. I don't know if anyone here has been to Vegas, but if you walk around the casino floors in Vegas, and especially also if you walk outside, maybe you won't get stabbed inside of a casino floor. Maybe it's not a crime-ridden area on there. But if you look around and you see the people and them just glued to the slot machines and not really caring about anything else around them, they all almost look like husks. And it's one of the saddest feelings I've ever felt in my entire life looking at that. And that's essentially what a casino is it's a large building where people go and they only care about, a lot of them become habitual when it's so close to home, and that's where it would be. It would be right here in everyone's home. And when it's like that, it creates a huge amount of people that are just completely addicted to that, and they lose sight of everything else. And I think the after effect, the cascading ripples that'll come from that are worse than any like economic or, you know, like tax revenue benefit. I discussed with a few people that were here that were for the casino, and that's the only thing I could hear from them, is just this vague economic notion that it'll bring tax revenue and such. And I would speak more, but everyone else here has already said it. It's bad for crime reasons, it's bad for moral reasons, it's just a horrible idea in general, and I would ask you to oppose it. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this item? No. All right. We typically give a short period of time for a response to. Were you coming down to speak? No. Okay. For a short time for a response to any of the issues that have come up during the public hearing portion. So I just wanted to check with Mr. Bokenheid whether you want to provide any response. Well, if you're wanting to respond to any, you're welcome to come down to the mic and do so. All right. Thank you. Assistant City Manager Sanders. Is anything that, no, he's shaking his head no back in the back there. All right. In that case, then I am closing the public hearing portion of it. We are going to take a 5-minute break because I don't think I can have the discussion without just a short break. And but it'll be a short break, and then we'll come back and we'll be able to deliberate and take action. It's 1:33.
Local golfer Patrick Hensley is enjoying a round at one of his favorite courses in the area, Irving Golf Club.
The facilities are great. The greens are always in great shape. It's just a pleasure to come out here and play with my friends.
Golfers from across North Texas have flocked to Irving Golf Club since it reopened in 2019 following an extensive renovation.
When we decided to do this, there were a lot of golf courses closing across the country. But, you know, we knew that there would be an uptick in golf. The numbers are showing that it's still alive. It's still, you know, doing very well.
Before the renovation, the number of rounds played here had fallen to about 6,000 a year. But since reopening, that number has skyrocketed nearly 7 times that, now averaging more than 40,000 rounds of golf played here annually.
They really love the course. The greens are one of the best in the DFW area. And with the cart paths going in, it's only going to get better.
Crews are currently in the process of replacing the original cart paths, which date back to when the course opened in the 1980s.
Concrete and the city of Irving really don't get along too well. The cart path was literally crumbling.
The new paths are wider around the tee box and green complexes, allowing for two-way traffic while protecting the grass.
And it's kind of like the last big thing that needed to be done in the renovation process. It's an ongoing thing to make sure that we stay on top of the maintenance to keep people coming out here.
New additions to the clubhouse area have golfers hanging out after the round to grab a bite to eat or have a drink. And that food and beverage revenue has Irving Golf Club turning a profit.
They wanted to make sure that the course was affordable. We want to make sure that it's something that anybody that wanted to play had the ability to come out here and play. You got to make the revenue up someplace else, and so food and beverage was the key, and that's what we want, to grow the game and keep it going.
A renovation that's led to a revival of public golf in Irving, creating memories on the links for years to come.
Dallas County and the North Texas Poison Center recently launched the Overdose Prevention Hotline. The number is 214-590-4000, and we'll repeat it in a few minutes. Let's learn more about this hotline with Vanya Roble, a public health educator from the North Texas Poison Center. Thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, let's get right into this important topic. Who is the Overdose Prevention Hotline for?
It's really for anyone, but obviously it's for, those who are going through substance abuse disorder, or family members who think their family members are going through substance abuse or may need to reach out for help. And so it's really for anyone who wants to use the hotline.
And the focus really is on opioids, correct?
The focus is on opioids, and so we really want to prevent those overdoses. And so by providing these resources in Dallas County, it's something that it's really helpful for those.
And let me just make sure people understand, when do you call 911 and when do you call this hotline?
Yeah, so calling 911 obviously needs medical attention, and some of those things include if this person is having seizures, or if they're unconscious, or they have difficulty breathing, those are signs that they need immediate medical attention. So that would be best to call 911. But if you're asking a question or looking for resources, then you can call the hotline to get more information.
What kind of impact do you hope this will make in the community?
I really do hope that it opens a conversation about, substance abuse disorder and getting help. I know that there's a stigma around it, but there really shouldn't be if we have all these resources available.
Let's expand the discussion, because I know opioids aren't the only call you receive, and some of these things change by the season. Talk about what trends you see throughout the year at the North Texas Poison Center.
Yeah, so over the this past summer, we had so many calls about copperheads.
Copperheads?
Yes, copperhead snakes. It's a venomous snake, very common in Texas, and so around the DFW Metroplex, lots of people were running into copperhead snakes, and so we had an increase in calls about that. And then more moving towards the holiday season, then, carbon monoxide poisoning, we get a little increase in calls about that. And then also just holiday poisonings, when we gather with family members and stuff, there is a chance that something can happen. And so medication safety, holiday plants as well, we get calls about those. Lots of plants can be poisonous to humans, and so it's used around the holiday times. So we get calls about that as well.
Such an important resource at Parkland Health in Dallas, and I'm so glad you could come in and talk to us about it today.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. And once again, the number for the Overdose Prevention Hotline is 214-590-4000, and the North Texas Poison Center can be reached at 1-800-222-1222. A brand new pool at Lee Park is taking shape, on track for an opening this coming May. It's just one part of a bold vision to elevate aquatics and recreation in Irving. In a few weeks, leaders will break ground at Center Park.
We are taking out the old pool and we're going to build an indoor natatorium attached to the facility.
And more is on the way with the crown jewel at Mustang Park.
It's going to be the first of its kind for the city of Irving. It's a multi-generational recreation center where you will have a senior component, an aquatic component, a rec component.
3 major projects in 3 years.
For this to happen in a 3-year time period is just unbelievable. But that really just speaks to the commitment that the city has to Parks and Recreation and providing those services for our residents.
And check out some of our other projects focused on quality of life.
3. I love the pickleball courts.
3 times around the track is 1.2 miles. So, come on out and get your exercise in. It's really cool.
I am stoked about the cricket fields. It's a sport that is growing very quickly. There's also some new enhancements for existing fields.
Our main goal is to remove litter and debris from our waterways, at the same time also mitigate flood risk.
It is quite a hit with not only Irving residents, but those that don't live here.
The facilities are great. The greens are always in great shape. It's just a pleasure to come out here and play with my friends.
We have a new roof. We have new lighting on both of the stages that are now both LED, which is going to save a whole lot on our electric bill, and it's a lot more bells and whistles for our clients to use.
Friday nights on the plaza at the Toyota Music Factory have never looked quite like this. After After some rain, people are enjoying a night of music, drinks, and fun while taking in new features all around them. A performance on the new stage and a neon cowboy standing high above the crowd are just the start.
Oh, I love it. It's beautiful, it's gorgeous.
Everyone's having a drink, having a good time, playing cornhole.
Earlier in the week, leaders turned out to celebrate the completion of improvements.
It's a great day in Irving, Texas.
Really, to come together like this looks amazing.
It looks fantastic.
What kind of vibe are we creating now?
Yeah, we want inclusivity. With all these different benches and all this different seating and conversational areas, we're really hoping that people get to stay and enjoy the space.
So this is the container bar. Tell me about this improvement.
Yeah, so this is really a key piece of the property here. Just an area that people can come and see the property from a different elevation.
And there will be more to see with added performances.
So really a lot more programming.
Absolutely. So we want to do consistent music every Friday, Saturday night. And then we'll be looking at our watch parties, so all the different sports events.
Josh, just one point I wanted to make is that at our March 4th meeting, it was this commission that requested from the assistant city manager that someone from the Sands be here to answer our questions.
That is correct.
So I just wanted to make sure people understood that.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, no, we asked him, and he said he would relay that request to them, and then obviously they came.
Well, I don't mind starting. It's been a long night. I do want to say thank you to city staff. They've put a lot of work into providing us materials, and so I really do appreciate them. I also want to thank the city council, who, I think at the start of this process, when the timeline got kicked off, it was the intention that, this needs to be fully vetted, that, they were open to this kind of vetting of the process, hearing from the public, and this is what that looks like. And so I do appreciate them. I think there's an opportunity with the current owner to develop that property. And I think a lot of people, most people I would say, are interested in developing that PUD 6 area. And so they're working with the owner to see what's possible, what's preferred, and what we can pass now with those proposals. And I want to thank the public for coming out. I think this has been very helpful to hear. I think whatever the outcome, that this is the beginning, in terms of the property owner being there, being interested in develop it, and so I do appreciate folks coming out and sharing with us your views. I think it's very helpful to the process, and there may be a difference of opinion. I guess, if I could just sum up a few comments for us, a few things for us to consider. I kind of break this down with what do we have strictly before us a land use zoning case that's not necessarily tied to who owns the property, and so we have to think about the current use and potential future use. So it's a little hard for me to get motivated by the pictures and the vision and the company, because it may not be them in the future. We're really only deciding, is this a good land designation, an amendment to an existing PUD with an existing vision for that area? Is it an appropriate amendment to the future use of that area? And so I think that's where there were some interesting questions about destination resort. Sounds very interesting. Does it need to include gaming? And I think a lot of focus has come down to that. And I I may have more comments. I really do want to hear the views of other commissioners, but my two chief concerns are it being a rush process. What is the rush? And we may just not have sufficient information to make a well-informed decision to recommend what is the appropriate outcome here for the city council. And on that basis alone, it would be hard to approve as it's been presented. So I think within the range of options we have to consider, I think we could consider approving it, but without the gaming component. I think we could also consider certifying it to city council. It's ultimately their decision, and just encourage them to get more information. But we don't want to, I think they need to make the decision. I mean, they are the final say. But I am not currently on board with the proposal that this include gaming, because it's currently illegal. It's not defined. There's no limitations on what gaming even means within the use. I haven't heard anything compelling why we need to make the decision now. And I'll leave it at that, but I do reserve to talk further.
Commissioners?
I think as far as the land use goes and the high intensity mixed use district, I think something like this can bring something very transformative to the city of Irving, from the entertainment perspective, housing, corporate, and such. But when it comes to the gaming portion of it, I agree with Commissioner Denny that we just don't know enough. We don't have the data to be able to make this amendment for the land use part even. We don't know what the legislation is going to be from the state. We don't have the traffic load data. We don't have the statistics for the crime data. And honestly, this feels very rushed to be able to, or us being asked to make a decision without having enough data on our hands.
I'll echo what's already been said by the commissioners. In regards to the gaming component, it seems very strange to me to approve it when we don't know what well, one, it's obviously not approved under the Texas Constitution, but we don't have any sense of what kind of regulatory scheme would be in place for it. If that eventually happens, that seems to be putting this in the wrong order in which we would handle it. I understand the point that I think was indicated to us that this was, maybe a sort of a sign of good faith that, hey, maybe the city would be open to something like this. And so I understand that, they have the multi-structure process. There would be additional approvals that would be required later on. But I think we would still have the difficulty that we would be approving, or if the city council approves it, would be approving something that that they don't really know what they're approving. And that's very concerning to me. But I'll echo what Commissioner Ahmed said. Probably one of my biggest concerns is how quickly this is going through and the lack of information that we have. There really don't seem to have been any serious investigation of what might be the effects. And I understand it's been a very quick process. It'll be, 3 weeks from start to finish. And I understand there were some sort of discussions beforehand between the city and the property owner. But for whatever reason, all of a sudden it got moved on to sort of, super speed, has to be done right away. I'm not seeing any compelling reason for why that is. I asked the question, how about a 3-6 month extension, just so that people have a chance to do the research We're hearing a lot of research from the public, but we didn't get anything like that. But that is part of our mandate in terms of this. We would be creating a new high-intensity mixed-use district with regulations that would include gaming, but we haven't looked at that. We really haven't even looked at the high-intensity mixed-use district and what the effects of that would be. But at least that's more broadly similar to some of the other things that are already in our code. So that's a little bit less concerning. But if we're talking about a transformative change, as it's been described to us over and over again by its proponents, it seems to me a transformative change is one that we would want to take very, very slowly and very carefully. I'm sympathetic to Commissioner Denny's thought that, what about the idea of approving or recommending approval for a destination resort without the gaming component? My only hesitation about that is the property owner said they have no interest in that. So why go through and amend the ordinance as it applies to PUD 6 if we would be amending it in a way that neither the property owner nor, as far as we know, anybody else would want? It could be that some other developer, whoever that the current property owner might sell it to, if it's not going to be a destination resort, might prefer the zoning more or less the way it is right now. And so I'd be hesitant to make that change until we actually knew that was really worthwhile. Those are the reasons, more or less, that I don't support this amendment at this time. I think that we should recommend to the council that they not approve it at this time. Certainly, though, I think that there's a lot that could be looked into further and seeing what other options there are. Did I talk too long? All right. Anybody else?
Residents of Irving, we hear you loud and clear, but let me also tell you a few things. I feel Irving had a few losses the last few years. We lost the Dallas Cowboys, we lost the Byron Nelson, we lost ExxonMobil. We need a win. We have in this city what nobody else can offer, the location. I will argue that the land we're talking about today is probably the most valuable piece of land in the state of Texas. And are we wanting to put in there affordable housing, a Costco, an industrial site? We heard different comments today, such as environmental destruction, crime, and 15 schools within 7 miles, and different arguments that were placed today. Whenever change is going to be made in any city, there's going to be opposition. I can guarantee you that, for example, Frisco is going through big changes, and they have had big opposition as well. But they're growing, aren't they? Are we? Ambition is what will move us farther as a city. And we have been presented with a unique opportunity, and I believe we should welcome this proposal as it will put us back on the map. I will define...
Please remain quiet. This is our chance to deliberate, and then we have our vote. You've had your chance to be heard. There's another chance at the city council meeting as well, though. Keep that in mind.
I will define this project with one word: vision.
We've heard you quite loudly, quite consistently, and there's all good points being made up here. And really, as we know, the city council are the ones that are going to make the final decision. They're the ones that are going to have to make it. This is the land use ordinance amendment that we're being asked to discuss and vote on, to pass on to them. And so I know it's been brought up, it's been asked, well, we don't need the gambling component in there at this point. There are reasons that it is in there at this point. And, excuse me, and I laugh because one of the speakers said, well, you know, you lived in Vegas, but you moved back here. Well, there was other reasons that I moved back here. I loved Vegas. I enjoyed it, you know, and I didn't gamble, and I enjoyed it. But I have family here, and I will be laid to rest at the National Cemetery out here. And so this is my home, okay? But I think this is I think it's not, we don't know how it's going to end up, but I feel like what I've heard and study I've done on it and the experiences I've had, I don't have nearly the concerns that a lot of people here have talked to us about, or have spoke up about, only because I just had so much more experience with the hotels here, there, all sorts of places in the world that I've traveled and worked at. So I'm prepared to make a motion. Someone else wants to has any more discussion?
We have several commissioners who haven't spoken, but also it looks like Commissioner Denny wants to say something further too. Anybody else? Commissioner Reyes, do you have any comments?
Well, I'll just add a few comments. The Sands Corporation purchased the property with the current zoning. I think they drive a hard bargain. I think, you know, I don't blame them for wanting, you know, everything they're asking for. I think that's a smart business move on their part. I think the city of Irving also needs to drive a hard bargain. And at a minimum, it feels premature to me to agree to these conditions, just simply on the record that we have, the speed at which we've been given, questions about impact studies, independent impact studies, questions about the minimums that have been provided that define what a resort destination is, that are supposed to be the basis upon which it protects the viability, safety of this project. I don't feel like we've been given adequate information to be comfortable that that is going to protect the city of Irving. So I wouldn't want this to be viewed as a rejection of a potential business partner with the city. I view this as the beginning of a negotiation with a partner of the city. They're a landowner. But I think we need more information, we need more time. So I'm sympathetic to the view that on that basis, the recommendation would be to deny. But I think at this point, it's not foreclosing the possibility of further discussions down the road. We've already recognized there need to be more town halls. Sands has actually offered to be a part of more town halls. I think that's a very good idea. And so I would not be in favor of just approving what's been presented as is.
I think the destination resort is an incredibly attractive project and an amazing opportunity for Irving and North Texas in general. My concern is if it goes elsewhere in North Texas, then we may be subject to the same social ills that you all have beautifully and eloquently outlined for us. I think we all appreciate the fact that there are those ills that do come along with projects of this sort. However, if it does go somewhere else in North Texas, we don't get the benefit of the tax revenue in order to address those problems. So my vote is to continue the project as it's outlined in both the UDC and the zoning case.
Thank you all. I would have to agree with Debbie and Commissioner Terry. I do feel that the vision for the Sands project of the destination resort is a good idea, and it does fall in line with the Irving comprehensive plan and for the vision for Irving. Thank you.
Commissioner Merritt, Commissioner Lightfoot, any comments?
I got lots of comments. First off, thank y'all for coming out and expressing your concerns. That's a great help towards us. But I would have to agree with Commissioner Hack, Alicia, Terry, and Gerard that this is something that's needed in order to move forward. For them to do all these studies and to do all this and spend all this money. It's a commitment from the city saying we're going to, okay, if it's approved, we'll let you have it. But we're showing our part of trying to get them to give us the necessary stuff. There's going to be different stuff, development plans, regulatory plans, building inspections. There's going to be all kinds of stuff that's going to go before all this, after this zoning is done. So I'm going to be in support of it.
Any final comments? Obviously, Commissioner Pritchard is ready to make his motion, so I just want to make sure everybody gets a chance to say anything they wanted to. All right. Yep.
Before I make the motion, just remember, this is the first step. They've even the Sands talk. It's the process. This is the first process. So I make a motion to forward Ordinance Amendment 2025-47-UDC, adding UDC Section 2.21617 to create a new high-intensity mixed-use district and regulations for the district with a recommendation of approval.
I'll second.
All right, we have a motion and a second recommending approval. Please vote. And the motion passes 5-4. All right. Okay. We are moving on to item number 3. This is proposed amendment to 2025-48-ZC, amending the land use designation of PUD 6, Tract A, Sectors 1 and 2, from transit-oriented mixed-use community to high-intensity mixed use. There is a public hearing component to this. If there's anybody who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this item, you may. Obviously, please line up if you're going to do so. Obviously, we still have heard everything everybody said previously. I think it's not.
Good morning, Commissioners. It's Greg Pimentel again. My address is 1833 Standish Drive, in case anybody wanted to know. I have one question, which I think will express most of what we're feeling here, which is, why did the Commission hold a public hearing section if the near unanimous voice of the public was not considered or heard? Now, granted, when I came here tonight at 5:30 p.m., I did expect that most of you had already made up your minds about what you were going to vote for. But I held out the hope that perhaps there were some undecided voices that could benefit from hearing the opinion of the public. I'm disappointed to say that that hope seems to have been misfounded in many of you. Since the voices here of the public are not being listened to, I see little point in continuing to speak for the remainder of the time. But I will say, you have galvanized a portion of the Irving electorate tonight that otherwise could have been your supporters in the future. Moving forward, we are going to remember this. We are going to organize, and we are going to come back stronger. This is the first battle of a long campaign. You will see all of us and more if you attend on Thursday. And I am excited and hopeful that all of you will see more of me in the future too. Thank you.
Robert? I think he got turned off again.
There we go.
Yeah.
Robert Hanson, 103 East Highland Drive, 75062. Item number 3, if I recall from the diagrams, perhaps if you have one, we could put back up, but my recollection is you have a center section of Section A, and then there are 2 wings of it, and that's what this is about here. What I recall from Sector 6 is what sounded like a very exciting, dynamic area with high-rise, I believe it was high-rise housing and businesses interlaced. In Sector 6, which is across on the southern side of the bridge. And I find that to be an exciting dynamic. One of you had mentioned that that's perhaps the most valuable piece of property in the entire state of Texas. And in real estate, the adage is you have to seek the highest and best use. And so, no, you wouldn't put a warehouse there. Nobody would. That would not be the highest and best use. No, you would not put just, some sort of just any old housing sort of thing. But the plan that the city has for a PUD 6, if I'm thinking correctly, Section 6, south of the bridge, the bridge that's currently across 114, that sort of thing could be a very dynamic thing. It could have entertainment realms. It could have a really good look to it at this hub where all of DFW crosses at that intersection. Yes, it is a very valuable, wonderful piece of property. I wouldn't mind if it was a grassy park with trees, but at the same time, I'm not in charge of that. And in fact, you folks are part of the hub of making sure that we do get more jobs. We do get more revenue to support the 60, 70-year-old infrastructure that is underneath our streets. There's going to be a lot of money needed. And so there are uses. Maybe I'm not thrilled by it. I'd love to have a little park with grass, but sure, go for that thing that's in Sector 6. It looks exciting. Do that in Track Day.
Ada Thomas Pimentel, 1833 Standish Drive, Irving, Texas, 75061. Well, we came here in good faith. We hoped that you would listen to your public, and you've let us down as our public servants. If you think that the Sands Corporation is going to listen to you or work with you, that's just foolish. And shame on you for going along with their plan in the stark opposition of your citizens. Thank you.
I would like to, James Bell, 704 McCoy Drive. I would like to say a couple of things specifically about the individual commissioners. I want to really thank appreciatively Mr. Denny, Mr. Skinner, Ms. Myrick, and Mr. Ahmed for listening to the public. I want to give all of you a huge round of applause. Due to comments at the last work session, after many, many people had expressed very, very eloquently the reasons why this didn't make sense, I knew that Mr. Pritchard, and Mr. Lightfoot were planning on voting for this, but I want to express my special disappointment, frustration, and to some extent outrage at Ms. Reyes and Mr. Sanguino. You two gave the impression that you were open to hearing what the public had to say and that you would be responsive to the public. I obviously am disappointed in all 5 of you that voted this through. And what it seems to me is it's another example of our city being a city where meetings in private, I'm assuming that you both had meetings in private with, people on the council, people who influence you. That's what I'm assuming happened. And I personally believe that meetings in private obviously outweighed an almost unanimous outpouring of very, very well-researched stuff from your city. And it amazes me, personally, from a personal perspective, that Las Vegas Sands this week, as I said before, this week, just tipped their hand. We're like, hey, yeah, actually, we're wanting to go to Dallas. We want the whole thing in Dallas. And then they can come in here, and maybe there's some quiet meetings behind the scenes. Obviously, Mr. Sanguino, Ms. Hack, Mr. Pritchard, Ms. Reyes, you guys, and Mr. Pritchard, you guys had absolutely no interest in what the public had to say. Extremely, extremely intelligent commentary. None of this was like, oh, I loved how the Sands representative came and said, oh, we were citing outdated studies. Oh, really? I guess the study that was published in 2022 is outdated, right? Because 2022, that was almost 24 months ago. That was ancient history there. So I think this is another case in point why it's so important for the public to focus on electing a group of people coming up in the upcoming elections who are going to prize open transparency and public engagement that is not phony, that is not absolutely pre-baked into the cake with meetings behind the scenes and special interests. I'm extremely disappointed in all 5 of you. Thank you.
Nathan Light, 1810 Paladero Drive. What is your vision exactly? Is it the descriptions that we heard tonight of crime, of deaths of despair that is incurred by a casino in a city? Is it taking people's wealth by tricking them into gambling it all in the expectation that they'll beat the house? Why couldn't it be just give us a few months? Why can't it be, we like your idea, but let's think about the casino. Let's talk about it. Let's make the public aware. What is your vision? Thank you.
Austin Lemke, also 1810 Paladero Drive. Well, I came to this meeting tonight trying to come with the best of intentions and give you all the benefit of the doubt. And I've never been to a meeting like this at 2 a.m., till 2 a.m. before. I don't know if anyone has. I guess I'm just very surprised that for the 5 that voted for this, that you can hear a near, like people said, a near unanimous opinion from the public who it's your duty to serve, and for you to go against that. I think just as a person, that's very shameful. And I don't know what's personally going through your heads or what private meetings you had, but I I really don't think I'm speaking out of turn when I say you have failed your mandate to the people. You have failed at your service to the people, and I applaud the four that voted for, or I'm sorry, against this. I just I know that the energy here and the enthusiasm for the public good and the good of the people in Irving, in their community, all the homeowners, the people with families, that is not going to stop. Despite what you've done here today, I am going to keep showing up to this, and I think you really should examine your own hearts and really ask yourself if you made the right decision, because at the end of this, maybe this is a little bit too much. None of us get out of here alive. We're all going to die. And our decisions make up who we are. You really need to ask yourself if doing the right thing is worth it. For some of you, it was. For some of you, it was not. Thank you.
Eric Llewellyn, 13001 Cornell Drive, and I'm just surprised because about 5 hours of pretty much almost everyone, like at least like 96, 97% of everyone who talked is very against the casino. And there's pretty much, I don't think there's anyone even still here that was for the casino. They all left at the same time. But for such a long time, such concentrated and strong opposition to this was made. And like everyone said before me, it was almost near unanimous, yet right when the voting happened, those who voted for it pretty much just said something along the lines of, well, I understand constituents said something, but I'm just going to do it anyway. And I definitely don't feel like my or anyone else's opinion was even really listened to. Like someone else said, it's like your mind was already made up for those who voted yes. And it's almost like even if there was like 1,000 people here or even more than that, it wouldn't have made a difference. And I just have to say, that's very disappointing. And for those who voted no, thank you so much for listening. And that's all I have to say.
I'm not sure what should be said to some of you people.
Oh, name and address.
Timothy Norman, 1015 Sleepy Hollow, Irving. Some of you, I knew the way you would vote. Some of you seem really high on the horse about your vision. Some of you revealed yourself quite early on the way you would vote, and I'm sorry that you just don't understand human nature and what makes a good society. No matter how many hotels you've stayed at or how many countries you've traveled to, you don't understand what makes a good society. It's virtue. That's what makes it. It doesn't matter if you have some glitzy, ugly architecture, boring aesthetics, dreadful, glam, junky looking interiors. It doesn't matter how much money you pour into the thing. If it's got bad aesthetics, it's bad aesthetics. But that's not the worst of it. The worst of it is what everybody has said, what it does to the society. And you, people up there, have decided you really don't care for whatever reason. Maybe it's your ego. I don't know what it is. But please don't patronize people with vision this, vision that, vision this. Baloney. It's a lousy vision. And some of you, I just don't think you know what you're doing. That's a bad phrase. That's been used badly. Maybe I should take that back. I think that was used kind of badly against somebody once. But it does look like corruption and behind the scenes. And I'm not talking only about this body up here. I'm talking about the other bodies. 3 weeks for the public to be able to comment on this? That is not only pathetic, that's criminal. Don't expect, if any of you run for office, yeah, you're going to have some opposition for sure. You can think about the kids, the grandkids whose lives you have screwed up or you've taken a step to. Now, hopefully people at the state level will have more sense than the 5 people that voted for this. And perhaps, I tell you what, I think this would be a just reward for your wisdom. Let's give you, let's let you stay in those casinos.
We need to make sure we stay on topic, okay?
Oh, are we off topic? I'm sorry.
Seemed like it was heading that direction. I may have been wrong.
Well, I was going to say that people should be consigned instead of purgatory to the casino for the rest of your lives, and that you don't get to come out of it. And you guys can party there and fulfill your life's purpose there. And in the face of all the data that's been presented to you by a multitude of people, I really don't know what it is, a denial of reality. 5 of you have denied reality. And you're way out of your league. These people are pros. They're from Las Vegas. They make these things all over the world. You've been manipulated. You think you're able to negotiate on even terms with them? They're running circles around you. You don't know what you are doing. There it is, there's that phrase. But I think I'll go ahead and stick with it here because I think it's apropos. You are way out of your league, and you let them eat your lunch. That's what you're doing, to the detriment of us, our kids, our grandkids, all for some supposed vision that you have, for some weird building that's going to be here, and all the crime and junk that goes with it. So you plugged your ears.
So I just want to remind everybody, the public hearing is on the item that's currently before the commission. Item number 3, these amending the land use designation for PUD 6, Tracks A, Sectors 1 and 2. That's what the public comment section is for. I understand most of everybody who's still here is upset about the previous decision, and obviously you're anticipating a decision again that you may not like. But if we could keep to the topic that's under consideration, please.
My name is Sergio Porres. I live at 700 McCoy Drive. Now that we have a new designation, I'd like to talk about applying it to Sectors 1 and 2 of the PUD 6 Track A. One of the reasons given was the idea that if we don't do that, this opportunity might go elsewhere. And we'll get all the ills without the benefits. And I would tell you, given the proximity arguments that were presented before the council, that any distance would be better than having it right here. So that's not good enough. If your reason for wanting to apply this new designation to Track 1 and 2 of PUD 6 was simply that, we'll let the council decide, then I would call you a coward. And if you think that anything is going to happen there within the next 10 years, the reason I'm not too worried about the decision that you've made is that before a single shovel breaks ground, we will undo what you are attempting to do. Thank you.
My apologies. Sarah Sikora, 2630 Chevy Chase. Regarding this next item of rezoning that will very certainly be affected by the last item of rezoning that you just voted on, I will keep it very quick, but for those of you who voted in favor, you are voting for the further impoverishment of the very poor, the destitute, and those who are most likely to be affected by addiction of all kinds. Vice Chair, I understand the argument for needing revenues to support the people that would be affected by this, no matter how far. I agree with Sergio, it'd be better for it to be farther, but there's no way that them giving us $5, $10, $20 million for social services to help with this is worth impoverishing those people and giving them a handout to say, oh, now that your lives have been torn apart by a casino, it's okay, we'll hand it back to you, we'll get you back into addiction recovery, and we'll get you back into housing. That is crazy expensive to rehouse people once they've lost their homes. It is undignified and is wrong to steal from people and then claim it is justice to hand back a portion of that. Thank you.
My name is John Bolosky from 3825 Twin Falls Street, Irving, Texas. I am not exactly sure how transit-oriented mixed-use community to high-intensity mixed-use differs from high-intensity mixed-use, but if there is another hidden casino in here we haven't heard about that we'd like to gain revenue from because, well, if evil's going to exist, we might as well get paid for it, then I am opposed to it. Thank you. And good morning.
Fergus Scully, 1317 Carriage Drive. Now that we are considering whether we are going to amend the land use designation of PUD 6, let's also remember the existing institutions that are right by PUD 6. And how they have come out and spoken against this. So if we're trying to be good neighbors, we have to consider what they've said. And there is a chance at redemption. Ms. Reyes, there's a chance at redemption. So please take some time to consider that. Thanks.
Good morning. Vicki Norman, 1015 Sleepy Hollow Drive North. I'm really disappointed in the fact that you want to do business with a known entity that's been involved in prostitution, especially you ladies that voted for this, that you don't stand up for women and the protection of women. They have, in court cases, it has been documented in the Jacobs case that there was prostitution in China, and it's still going on today. And you want to be a partner with this quality of agency. You obviously don't care about the protection of women. And that's very disappointing to vote, one, against the law to zone this for legalized gambling, and two, to partner with that type of entity. I know they've sold themselves as a higher end resort, so now they don't call them prostitutes anymore, they call them escorts to get around the law. But that is what is happening in the casinos. And that is what you are giving your nod to by voting yes for this zoning. So I'm very disappointed in any of your business sense to be promoting sex trafficking. Thank you.
Five of you, I'm Bernadette Waterman Ward, 130 West Holland. 5 of you have made a deal with the devil. You won't get away unscathed. You're now, unless you refuse to actually apply this to PUD 6, which you can still do, you can still refuse to apply it. You are involved with criminal people. You are involved with people who will not let you get away. These are dangerous people. Why have you done this to us? And why have you done this to yourself? You won't escape.
I'm Karen Bell, 704 McCoy Drive in Irving. I want to say that even if you get everything you think you're going to get and the casino is as great as people say it's going to be, do you think it's worth destroying even one life? Like someone here was talking about casino children whose parents have gambled everything, spent all their lives in the casino. Those children are alone, no parents to go home to. Do you think it's worth destroying even one family losing their home? Did you hear what Rachel Herrera said about her aunt committing suicide? Do you think it's worth it, even one life? And there will be many more lives destroyed by this if this goes through. Thank you.
Is there anybody else who would like to speak in favor or in opposition to this item? No? All right. Mr. Bokenheid, did you want to respond? No? Mr. Sanders? No, I see him shaking his head as well. All right, then I will close the public hearing and return it to the commission for any further discussion and a motion. Commissioner Pritchard.
Yes, unless any other commissioners have anything they want to add, I want to make a motion for amendment 202548ZC, amending the land use designation of PUD 6, Track A, sectors 1 and 2 from transit-oriented mixed-use community to high-intensity mixed-use, forwarded to City Council for approval.
I'll second.
We have a motion and a second recommending approval. Please vote. And the motion passes 5-4. All right. That was our last item. Therefore, the meeting is adjourned at 2:34 a.m. on the 18th.